1.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the special meeting of the Northampton City Council. This is Thursday, June 15th, 2023 at 6 p.m. For this special meeting, we're holding a public hearing on Eversource's petitions to install 11 telemetry cabinets and 1 regulator station in various locations. Laura, could you take the roll call?
Sure. Councillor Elkins. I know she's here. I can see her. She's unmuting.
Here, let me see if we can get her on.
Okay, she's waving assent. So, okay. Councillor Foster, not present. Councillor Gore, not present. Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori. I haven't seen her. Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
And Councillor Perry.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Excellent. We have a quorum, and the councilors present all deserve a very nice cup of coffee from the others who aren't here, because they're probably out enjoying something right now. So I really appreciate the folks who are here. Let's get going, because we have a lot of stuff to consider here, and I think we have a lot of questions. I'd like to, let's see. I'm first going to announce the public hearing. Per order of the City Council, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing by remote participation on Thursday, June 15th, 2023 at 6 p.m. on multiple Eversource petitions to install telemetry cabinets at various locations throughout the city, and on an Eversource petition to install a regulator station on Prospect Street at Trumbull Road. The City Council will hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Make a motion to open up the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Councillor Labarge, seconded by Councillor Moulton to open the public hearing. Any discussion on opening the public hearing? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Councillor Elkins. I think she's
She's
having some
muted.
audio problems. Maybe it needs to be, I have not made her a co-host yet. I apologize, Marissa. I'm so sorry. Here we go.
It's okay.
Yes. Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori. Oh, I'm sorry, she's not present. Councillor Moulton,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
and Councillor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing is now open, and from Eversource we have Brian Mercury. Brian, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher your last name. Can we unmute him? Brian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Mecarello.
Thank you. Okay, and welcome. And Brian, you're going to start with a presentation. Do you have something that'll?
Yep. Let's see.
How long is this? Just out of
Just
curiosity.
short 8 slides, and then we can go
Okay.
right into the individuals. So hopefully everybody can see my slideshow here. So just a quick kind of brief overview of what we're going to talk about.
Thank
So
you.
just-
This is great.
Quick legend of what we're going to go. So pretty much the background is that back in October 7th, 2020, part of the Mass DPU, the settlement agreement of Eversource Energy buying NiSource and Bay State, they had came up with a safety assessment. So that was the DPU 20-59. So as part of the sale was the safety agreement or safety assessment. And then as part of the safety assessment, there's a area of focus number 24, SCADA and gas control system assessment. And this is focused on the awareness and control of the gas distribution network. So this area of focus would bring the SCADA and gas control system up to a level of best practices used in the gas industry. And then these cabinets would monitor the inlet and the outlet pressure at our existing regulator stations in the system. And they would also indicate the position of the overpressure protection device at these stations. So that's kind of why we're here with these cabinets. So here are just a couple quick examples of already installed cabinets at different locations. You can see they're kind of always near one of these buried vaults, existing stations, or sometimes we have an existing above ground station, but they're usually pretty close by. And then we run, we'll have power to them and run to the nearest electric, either pole or manhole, depending on what the electric company wants. So that's kind of that. Just quick dimensions of the cabinets being installed. The height is 5 feet, 5 1/4 inches tall. Width is 2 feet, 6 inches. And the length or depth is 1 foot, 7 1/4 inches. Just so you know. And then we just quick bollard just to show that it's a 4-inch bollard around these for traffic protection. Again, just so kind of just giving you an idea of during construction installation, what you come across if you were to see one of these in progress. So we use vacuum excavation. So a vac truck would be out here kind of making these because we're near our critical facilities. So they're pretty small trenches. We try to keep them as tight as we can. So this is in kind of Springfield. So we're running down a sidewalk, putting the cabinet in the tree belt area here, and then running into our existing cabinet. So just kind of see us digging for the gas lines. The second is the middle picture here is digging for the electric service from the telephone pole. And then the third is just temporary restoration. Of course, we're in the process of this one right now, so I don't have a final restoration, but we'd return that sidewalk to like condition. So concrete sidewalk would be replaced for that whole stretch. But this is what I have for right now. So I just want to show you there may be temporary restoration until we can get a subcontractor that would do the, oh, sorry, clicking on the wrong stuff. The final restoration at these sites. And then I'll stop here for questions, and then we can go into site specific, and then we can go to the regulator station, since the full station's a little different than these telemeter cabinets.
Well, you know what,
Or you want me to go into the specific
I think
ones?
keep going, because once we start opening the floor up to questions.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know how you wanted to, okay, no
No,
problem.
that's fine. All right. So, yeah.
So here's the list of all the stations, or all the locations where we plan to put these cabinets. So near 215 South Street, Barrett at Jackson Street, Bridge Road at North Main, Chestnut at Bridge, Elm Street at North Elm, Hockenham at Pleasant, Marshall Street at Bridge, Hinckley at Nonotuck, Maple at Pine, North Maple Street at Bardwell, and South Street at South Park Terrace. And then I'll hit the full station at the end. So let me just switch to.
So Brian, that's your overview. That's the brief overview you were talking about, you were going to give us.
Yeah, that's all. I was just going to go over that. Yeah.
And now the next step would be to start walking through each individual location.
Yeah, that was my plan. Yep. So go
Okay.
actually one by one.
Yeah. So based on that, I think this actually would be a good point to stop. And counselors, do you have any questions so far about telemetry cabinets and general questions about installation and purpose and things like that? And let me see if I can get people back in. Can we move away from the shared screen view?
Yeah. There we go.
There we go. Counselors, any questions? I actually have a few here. So does gas actually run through these particular cabinets? Or are these just, there's just electronics in there to monitor what's going on underground or with the regulator station?
No, gas does run up to these cabinets. There's pressure transmitters inside the cabinets. So there's a small 3/8 stainless steel line that runs to the cabinet and up into it. And then there's two pressure transmitters inside the cabinet.
Oh, so it's measuring the pressure in the pipe underground, which is much bigger.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Okay. All right, that's what I have. And Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. What happens? I noticed there are, yellow poles to hopefully prevent this, but what happens if someone crashes into this and,
Thank you.
breaks it open? Is there an automatic shut off?
Yeah, there's excess flow valves on the inlet side of the station. So those would automatically trip. So if they were to be severed, that trip stops the flow of gas. On the low pressure side, they don't really make a device that would shut that off. But you're just talking a small 3/8 tube with like 10 inches water column. So there wouldn't be too much gas. And more than likely that station would then shut off anyway, if that were to happen, and kind of shut the gas off to the cabinet.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. And I see it looks like Dina O has their hand raised. And Dina, I'm hoping your question is a general question rather
There are
than.
2 counselors with hands raised.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm not used to doing these meetings. Counselor Moulton.
Thank you. So I just wanted to follow up on Counselor Jarrett's question. I was a little, I guess I would say, confused by the answer. It did not seem definitive enough to me. And what I guess I want to know is what kind of alarm is connected to the fire department, to the gas company, to somebody to respond to a breakage in this equipment.
Yep. So all of these cabinets will be monitored 24/7 by our gas control department. So these are constantly monitored. So any change in pressure outside of a normal threshold would then trigger them to send a technician and call fire to these locations.
So when you refer to your gas control department, is that a human being?
Yes. Yep. It's a group of human beings. So there's multiple people that sit at different the control room. So there's more than one at one time, and then they rotate 24/7. So there's always, I forget the exact amount, but I believe there's 2 to 3 people at all times monitoring the systems. And anytime those go outside of those alarm parameters that we've set up, that triggers them to react.
Thank you.
Yep.
Who was the other hand?
Counselor
Counselor
Labarge.
Labarge. Oh, she's
Thank
got her
you.
thumb up.
Thank you. Jarrett did answer my question that I had about if for any reason somebody in a car or something hit it, but I'd like to know, because there's such an issue about gas right now for clean energy and so forth. My question is, how much gas are we feeding and who are we feeding it to?
Well, all of this all of this natural gas goes to the local residents and customers throughout
How
the
many
city.
do you have?
Customers in Northampton?
Yeah, with gas. They've never told us. I'm just curious because you're putting these up for that reason of checking the pressure on it, correct?
Correct. Yep. And I'm just going like off the top of my head. I believe the last number I saw was close to 5,000 customers. So 5,000 meters in the city of Northampton.
Wow, that's quite a bit.
We're talking commercial, residential, everything.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Welcome.
All right, counselors, any other questions? All right, and Dina O, gonna ask you to unmute and if you have these are for general questions, not about the specific petitions. Dina, you
Sure,
have the.
thanks. Yeah, it's actually Deanna O'Connor. I live on Chestnut Street, and thanks for inviting us to this meeting. I did have a general question. I think I know where the meter is going to go near my house and near my neighbor's house. And I'm wondering if these telemetry units give off any type of sound. Are we going to be aware of buzzing? near the meters or the cabinets? Is there
No,
anything that's
so-
going to be?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so no, they're pretty much just a regular a household modem, pretty much at your house that you use to like router.
Okay.
That's pretty much what this device is, that sends a signal through either a wireless signal or a hard line. So there's really no noise. It's very little actually power going to it. And the gas doesn't really move, so it doesn't make any, it's like static pressure. So there's no flow or any type of noise that you hear out of these cabinets.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Deanna. Let's go to Charles. General questions. Trying to get Charles. Oh, Charles, you there? Looked like you were. Charles?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Charles Dumont here, we're on Jackson Street as well. It's a general question to clarify my understanding here, because as far as I can see from the presentation, all we're talking about are these above ground cabinets in those particular locations, no additional above ground lines or equipment other than these cabinets with the 4 protective posts surrounding that. Is that understanding correct?
Correct. Everything else would be underground to the existing either telephone pole, manhole, or regulator station.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I'm asking is that we're actually not exactly at one of these locations. We're across the street, 4 houses down, 3 houses down, but we got a notice about this meeting. So I was wondering what else might it involve directly with us, but it might be a neighborhood area. So thank you for the invitation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Charles. Okay, next up is JoJo.
Hi,
Hi,
everybody.
JoJo. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm JoJo Howlett, and I probably have some site-specific questions as well. But before you go on, I would like you to, and forgive me for not remembering your name, man from Eversource. How many of these proposed installations are already in? Because you made it sound like there's just a proposal, but I think you and I both know that there's at least one that was already installed on North Maple Street.
Yeah, so there's just 2 like that. So North Maple and South Park Terrace. And that was confusion between Eversource and the city of Northampton, since this is the first time we're putting these out on the public right away. So
Well, it's okay. To be fair, you started your presentation. I'm just going to call you out, okay?
Okay,
Because
yep.
the truth is, they're not just proposed, they're already in. And again, as a homeowner, I was pretty surprised when I saw the permit application and the difference between the permit application and what went in. So I think that the record should be clear about that. And it'd be nice if you explained that to the city council members as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, we've really in the past have never gone through city council for gas work. So we thought our normal process would work, but now knowing how it's going to be handled in the future, we'll bring them all through the city council and go through the grant of location process for all of these above ground structures. So I apologize for what happened last year. We were going under like kind of past practices, but that was incorrect due to the kind of this type of installation, which is new for us, new for the city. So it's just kind of new territory all around.
Okay, so just to, forgive me, but you know, it's if you've driven down North Maple Street, you know what I'm talking about. And you know that this thing is already up, that the permit indicated that you were only putting in a platform. And you didn't bother to mention, as you do in the current permits, that you were actually putting in a cabinet. So are you saying that Eversource has never put in cabinets before?
We've just never gone through this process in your city. Each city has its own set of rules. So certain cities don't make us go through city council. We go out there, we submit a permit, and off we go. So it's just each city is learning. We haven't really done these in Northampton before with these above ground cabinets.
Okay, well, I hear you, and I don't mean to come off quite as adversarial as I am, but you know, the truth is that the permits weren't honest and you didn't put structure in the permit. And I think that is pretty standard, regardless of what municipality you're dealing with. And, you know, that was an abuse of power. And it was really, really disturbing to me to walk outside my house and see that thing. And all these questions that you guys get to talk about now with precautions, that's mute for me because that thing's already in. So it just, you know, my outrage is not unreasonable. So, but there'll be more, I'm sure, in terms of addressing or remedying this. So sorry for the.
Thank you, JoJo.
Okay, thank you.
Director La Scalia, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Donna La Scalia, and I'm the Director of Public Works. And I just want to provide some history and just some context for JoJo's comments and just to kind of follow up a little bit on Brian's presentation. So the city and Eversource work together as we do with, say, National Grid or the phone company or other contractors for any excavations or alterations within the city limits in the public right of way and also on private property. So public property, private property. The DPW is the permitting authority for any and all excavations under 520 CMR, which was a law imposed in Massachusetts after the very tragic death of a young girl who fell into an uncovered trench. So 520 CMR is the resulting legislation that came out of that tragedy, which requires anyone who is excavating within the city limits to come through my office and get an excavation permit. So this is standard practice. We call them trench permits for short. My office issues hundreds of these trench permits a year. I mean, sometimes we can do 100 a week in our busy season. And so we do an engineering review, we do utility marks, and then I sign the permit to authorize the work. Sometimes if people aren't doing what they're supposed to do, I'll revoke a permit. So we sort of control all excavation and monitor contractors throughout the city. So that's just a little bit of context. The way we've typically dealt with Eversource in the past and Columbia Gas before them is that their work is underground. They are excavating in the public right of way, you know, in a street, in a sidewalk. They have underground vaults, they have underground pipes. They submit an application to my office. We do an engineering review, we do utility marks. We make sure they're not going to hit a water main or a sewer main or a source service. And then I issue them a permit. Now, members of the city council or those who watch city council meetings may know that when we work with National Grid, anytime National Grid wants to put an above ground structure in the public right of way, we issue them what's called a grant of location. So if they want to put a new pole in a place where a pole does not already exist, they want to run new wires down a street where there aren't already wires, there is a petition process that they go through that comes to the city council. There's a public hearing where abutters are notified. They can come in, they can speak for or against, and then the city council votes yay or nay to grant that location, that above ground location, to the utility, and then the utility comes to my office for a trench permit, an excavation permit for utility marks. We go out, we mark the location, we append the grant of location to that permit application, and then I sign and authorize them to do the work. So that's how we work with National Grid. Eversource, or the former Columbia Gas, as I mentioned, typically does below grade installations. And they do a lot of work within the city limits. So they submit to me a package, you know, a trench permit application saying this is where we're going to work, this is what we're going to do. We review it, we sign off, and we give the documentation back to Eversource, and they continue with their work. So fast forward to last fall, and Eversource submitted an application to work on North Maple Street. And I just want to provide this general context for the council, and I'm not even talking about a specific location. I just want to make sure everyone understands the process. And this application that came to us in a trench permit form, which is very standard for any work that Eversource does in the city. We reviewed the documentation that they submitted, and from that documentation, it was not apparent that the work was going to result in an above-ground installation. Eversource has underground installations and sidewalks in the street all over the city in countless locations, and they do constant maintenance on those installations, and they always get permits through my office. This work that you're reviewing tonight is new and different in a way that we have not experienced. The installation on North Maple Street, as the resident of North Maple Street just commented, was actually the first of its kind in the city. There were a couple of other installations that had been in place since the 1970s. I think Brian mentioned South Street and South Park Terrace as being one of them. I mean, that cabinet was installed back in the early 1970s, I believe. So when it became apparent that this work was transitioning from below ground to above ground, it was at that time that we realized we needed to stop everything and actually go through a formal grant of location process a la National Grid, and bring the petitions to council for a public hearing and for public comment. Unfortunately, by the time that happened, the installation on North Maple Street had already occurred because it was unclear what that installation was. So because these are new DPU regulations, because the city had never actually gone through this process before, it was unclear the extent of this work, and it was out of the ordinary in how we deal with Eversource. We deal with National Grid like this all the time. Now we're dealing with Eversource like this. So I just want to provide that context for the comments that we've heard so that everyone understands the process. These are grants of location that are then permitted for excavation by my office. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Okay. Next, we've already heard from Charles Dumont. Richard Abuza.
Yes, thank you. There have been several references to telemetry, and I don't know exactly what format of telemetry these boxes use. Is it radio frequency? Is it cell frequency? Is it internet frequency? If you could explain the telemetry mechanisms, and if it is any kind of radio frequency, if you could go into greater detail about that. Thank you.
Yep. So it's just two different types. So they have a cell phone backup with a primary hard fiber line if we can get it. So kind of the first way is just a cell phone, regular signal, 4G, 5G. And then if we can, we'd get a fiber line, but that's not always the case. But those are the only two communication methods we use.
Did you have your answer? Get your answer there, Richard? Oh, let's get you unmuted.
When you say fiber line, are you talking about using Fios from Verizon?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And it's my understanding there is no Fios anywhere in Northampton. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's we're kind of still working through that to see if we can get it. So if there is no Verizon fiber, we would go cellular.
So is this the normal amount of transmission that one would experience from their own personal cell phone?
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Counselor Elkins. Hey, can we make Marissa a co-host?
Hi.
Well,
Hi, I just have a question for Director La Scalia. Hi. Donna, first I want to thank you for working. Clearly this issue kind of blew up into a little bit more than anticipated at the time. I want to thank you for working and working through things with Ms. Hewlett. I know that it is I know she's unhappy about the situation. I think I'd be pretty unhappy if I realized that that construction was coming to that fruition in my front yard. And I appreciate, Donna, your explanation about how the process and sort of how this happened. My question for you, Donna, is there, I can't tell from the new petitions that have gone in, is there any change to the way those petitions are put in by the person requesting the trench to ask if there's above ground installation contemplated as part of the project? And if there's not, can that be added? It seems like a simple enough thing to add to the process, so to make sure that the applicant, and I guess, sorry, I'll let you answer after I append one more thought, which is, I'm not sure, it seems like this may only be really relevant for the utility companies of all sorts, but so that's my question is can we add something to the process to make sure that as technology evolves and practices evolve, we don't find ourselves in this situation again, where we don't really understand the full scope of a project like this?
Yes, it's a good question, and I hear it. Our trench permit application is pretty clear. You need to thoroughly describe the work and the location and append, relevant plans and documentation and written description. As I mentioned, we process hundreds of these applications and sometimes scores of them in a week. Eversource locations or trench permit applications are not uncommon. I spoke with JoJo when she came into my office, and she asked to see a copy of the permit application. The permit application, in the interest of full disclosure here, was labeled as maintenance on the main. There was a map that showed an excavation of some new gas lines going in and a new cabinet foundation. This is a location where there was an existing structure already in the sidewalk below grade. There was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary associated with this application. There was nothing that would sort of flag it as a problem. This was, a place that had already existing Eversource infrastructure, and it was not an unusual request. So I hear your question, is this above grade? Is it below grade? It's a situation where, on the permit request, if it says maintenance on the main, that's what we're treating it as. It's maintenance on the main. Now, in fairness to Eversource, they appended, like a 20-page, size 8 font, construction drawing that sort of, if you pick through it, you could see a cabinet, but in the interest of processing, scores of these permits, it's a little bit difficult to get into that level of review, particularly if we know there's already existing infrastructure here. It's not like it's a new installation. So to answer your question, I think, yes, we could have a checkoff box that says, are you working above grade, or is this going to result in a permanent installation above grade? But at the end of the day, we seek clarity in the work description so that I can review these in a timely manner. When you've got 100 packets of paper sitting on your desk and everyone wants to hurry up, it's a little tricky. We can certainly improve the process on our end, but we need it on both sides.
Right. Thank you, Donna. That really is my question. I appreciate that Eversource is here now. Brian, I know you're in the hot seat today, but I'm having a hard time disagreeing with JoJo that wasn't the most complete and accurate description of the work to be done, so that this could have been caught at an earlier time. I mean, chances are you would end up with your cabinet, and you would end up, with all the work being done, and it all would have gone smoothly, but we wouldn't have an unhappy constituent who, as I happen to understand, I think has some plans for her property that may undo your, may mean that she has the right to seek a variance and undo your work. And that's as a consumer, of Eversource. I don't dig that. I'm not happy that we're all, kind of on the hook for this lack of process, when it could have just been a better description. So.
Okay, we are having a public hearing. And we've done general questions. I believe I see one more hand here from Corey.
Okay, hi. I'm Corey Tiamboro, and we live at 253 Chestnut. And I'm sorry I came in a little late, so this may have been addressed. But one, how big is this physical box you're talking about? And two, exactly where is it going? Because word on the street was our house is extremely close to where the box is going. So, and also the third question is, how many of these physical boxes are being installed on Chestnut Street? Thank you.
So Brian, if you could give a description of the cabinet and what it might look like, and then Corey, we are going to go through each petition and have a description, so you could have that, and at that time, the precise location will be addressed. So,
okay,
go ahead, Brian.
Yep, so just basic, I'm gonna flip back so I don't misspeak. So dimensions of it, 5 feet, 5 1/4 inches tall, 2 feet, 6 inches wide, and 1 foot, 7 1/4 inches deep. So that's the size of the cabinets. There's just gonna be one at this location. At each location, there's just one besides the full station on Prospect that we'll talk about later.
okay, so are you just saying that there's only one going in on Chestnut Street?
Correct. Yes, yep.
Okay, and we'll discuss the location later on?
Yes, the precise location will be discussed when we bring up that particular petition.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and Julie Roston.
Hi, this does relate to the location, but I was just wondering, for example, the box on Chestnut Street, which is my street, is it possible to move these boxes like across Bridge Road, which isn't that far away, so that it's not, because there aren't a lot of houses right there, instead of doing it right where the houses are plentiful?
Okay, Brian, do you want to give that question a shot?
Yeah, I mean, our preferred location is as close to our existing structure as we can. That just reduces the amount of underground facilities for damage or any potential conflicts with other utilities. So that's why we've always kind of kept them as close to the existing vaults or stations as we can.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, all right. We are having a public hearing. We've just gone through general questions about telemetry cabinets, and now we have 11 petitions to consider. So, Brian, what order do you want to take these in? I'll let you have the floor on that.
All right, yeah, I'll just share my screen again if that works out.
That works. And then once you've done a description, we'll go back to the full gallery mode.
Okay. Yep, so this one is we're calling it 215 South Street. So right on South, across from 208, 212. We have an existing below ground station here. Those are those 2 boxes here. And we're putting the cabinet in the sidewalk, or it's not sidewalk, in the tree belt between the sidewalk and the existing street. We're running the electrical and communication lines to a proposed utility pole that National Grid will probably be submitting later on for a new pole on this side. All the existing poles on the other side of South Street. So that's why a new pole. So let me just, so I got too much stuff open. So this is just a quick street view just to kind of show what's out there now. So an existing station, those are these two doors, the existing vents for those stations, and the proposed cabinet would go right next to it and then run down the street to the proposed pole. Ooh, click on stuff.
Okay, and let's go back to gallery mode. If we could, are there any questions about this particular installation on South Street? Okay, let's move on to the next installation petition.
Yep, so we'll go to Barrett at Jackson. So
Great.
Barrett Street at Jackson, again, existing vault here, I believe in the sidewalk. This box going behind the sidewalk before the property line, and then running to an existing telephone pole on the corner of Jackson at Barrett. So let me switch over. I don't know, it might be better with these just to show, here's the existing vault doors here in the existing sidewalk. That cabinet going right behind the sidewalk, inside the public right away or the city right away, and then over to this existing telephone pole.
Okay, and back to gallery.
Oh, yep.
And first, counselors, do you have any questions?
No.
Counselor Moulton.
Thank you. So I want to be clear, Brian, about the location of this cabinet, because I was out there Tuesday with two of the abutters and viewed the site. And what you're showing tonight matches the markings on the ground that the cabinet would be in between inside the sidewalk. Because there was one diagram that I saw that showed it as on the outer side in the tree belt. So you're talking about matching the markings on the ground, so it's inside the sidewalk.
Well, it would be behind the sidewalk because we can't put it in the sidewalk.
No, it's behind the sidewalk, close to the property line.
Correct.
As opposed to being in the tree belt. Okay.
Yes.
And I want to, Council President Nash, I guess I'll ask you if you feel it's appropriate at this point to raise this is one where the property owner at Jackson and Barrett has a concern about the potential subdivision of her property that would necessitate another driveway. Is that now appropriate time to raise that question?
But it's fine to ask it.
Okay, so my question, Brian, is what is Eversource prepared to do in the future if the property owner needs that space for a driveway and the cabinet is impeding it?
Yeah, I guess that would come from the city engineers allowing that driveway to go in would have us move. We don't have any rights to it. It's just a grant of location. So we don't have any rights to leave our structure where it is. I mean, we'd like to, but we'd work with the engineers to have to move it to a better location or find a better spot for that additional driveway to go in. We're kind of it's up to the city. It's like if we had an existing main in the street and they want to install a new catch basin where our main is, we have to move it. We have no rights of our pipe being there. The city has granted us location to have our facilities. If that makes sense, hopefully.
Well, yeah, yes, you're saying that in the future, you would be prepared to move your cabinet because you don't have the right to that site.
Correct. Yeah, it's all through the city that granted us that. So if they want us to move it, we would have to move it. I mean,
if they being the city.
Yes, correct. Sorry.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to do a follow-up on that. And I'm looking at I've looked at the photo here, and Donna could probably help. Would a driveway, Donna, be allowed at that location because it's very close to the corner? I think do we have a regulation that would prevent a driveway from going in there?
Yeah, so just a point of clarification, a second driveway or a different driveway is a zoning issue. So not so much of an engineering issue as a zoning one. So planning board, receives an application for a driveway. It goes through that process, which is not something that my department controls. And then it comes to my department, and I am the one who issues a curb cut permit. And that's based on a variety of things, including most especially the planning board decision. But then we have to look at, okay, what are the sight lines, and what is the condition of the road here, and what is the grade, and is there a catch basin in the way, and so on and so forth. So I think that any of these places where there may be future development, where there may be a second driveway or a different driveway or a change in location of a driveway, that is something that would go through the planning board. And I also want to just clarify that it's not for the city to say, well, Eversource needs to move this cabinet. If there is a cabinet in space that could potentially be occupied by a driveway, that's not necessarily something that the city gets involved in. It's a legal question of, is a driveway permissible here? And then the next question is a driveway possible here? So there's actually two separate questions. Is it legally permissible? And then B, is it actually possible? Is there a thing in the way? And if so, what is that thing? If it's a city thing, then the city needs to contemplate how it may be relocated to best serve the resident. If it's a private party thing, which in this case, this is Eversource, so the thing belongs to Eversource. That is not necessarily something that the city would get involved in. Although, again, this all goes back to the planning board. So just a point of clarification about who actually approves what.
Okay, and Stan, do you have a follow-up question?
I do have a follow-up. Thank you, Director La Scalia, for that explanation. My concern is if a driveway is legally permissible, but it's not physically possible because there is a telemetry cabinet there. Unless we as a council now put some condition on this petition, I'm concerned that that in the future, this might cause a difficulty in the property owner, subdividing and having that second driveway. So I'm concerned about what we can do now in terms of a condition on the permit.
So what I would say to that is that anytime a poll petition for National Grid comes before this council, that is also a above ground thing, not owned by the city and not controlled by the city, in the public right of way, which could potentially be in the way of something at a future date. So this is what Eversource is proposing to do is not uncommon for utility companies. So I just want to kind of make that point. We have polls all over the city, and any or all of these utility poles that are approved by this council could potentially be in the way of something at a later date. In my professional experience, what generally happens is that if there is a thing in the way, either that's owned by, any utility, irrespective of what it's used for, and a property owner wants to do something like cut in a new driveway or put up a building or whatever, then typically that's a conversation between the property owner and the utility. And that's not something that the city wades into. And that's typically how I have seen things go in my professional career, that sometimes the abutter, pays the utility to move something. Sometimes the city pays a utility to move something, depending on what needs to be moved and how it needs to be moved. So it's not uncommon that there is a thing in the way of something where a location was granted some years ago that then needs to be moved, 20 years later or 2 years later or whatever it is. So not an uncommon scenario. And I think every situation is different. So I can't speak to, well, would there be a fee for this or should there be a condition on it? But I just want to make the point that, there's utility poles everywhere. There's stuff everywhere that could potentially be in the way.
Thank you.
Okay. And Brian, I have one follow-up question. From the photo you were showing, it looks like there might be a tree at that location where you were talking about putting this cabinet. And is the tree going to be removed or damaged, or am I misreading something?
No, we'll work around the tree. We've worked with the tree warden in the city to make sure that all the trees are protected. So
You said the
kind of work through
magic
them to
word, tree warden. Thank you. Okay. All right. And now
Yeah, Counselor, I'm sorry, just to interrupt, that's actually part of our trench permit process. So as part of that process, we engage all DPW divisions. The tree warden is one of those divisions. And sometimes we move a little bit to the left or right or whatever. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And counselors, any other questions here? Okay. Now I'm going to go to Daniel Polachek, who has a question relative to this site on Barrett Street. Daniel. Oh, let's see. Are you unmuted? Let's get you unmuted. Daniel.
Hi, I'm not Daniel. I am Tracy Polachek, and I am the co-trustee of my husband's trust that owns the property. The other Daniel Polachek is my son, who is the other co-trustee. It was confusing, and thank you, Stan, for getting that cleared. This is scheduled to be in the trees, not on the tree belt. So it's going to go curb, sidewalk, curb, grass, sidewalk, and then this cabinet. So the location of the cabinet is slated at 45 feet east of the Jackson Street intersection. And just to give a little bit more from what Mr. Moulton said for us, the frontage on this parcel is 110 feet. You're putting it right in the middle. We would request that you move it closer to Jackson or to the Moldings, which is number 143. There is a large maple tree that and as we stood there with Stan, if it was on the inside, it will not block the Moldings site of line, and it would not block Barrett Street, Barrett and Jackson. If you went even 25, then you haven't destroyed the whole frontage. And that would be our request. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, we could slide it down. We'd just have to run it through the engineering just to make sure that they have nothing underground there, and they're good with that move to slide it down. So we can easily work so it's not directly in the center. We can move it one way or the other. We'll just we'll go on site again just to make sure that there's nothing else that would be in the way.
That would be very nice, either closer, but not, blocking the fire truck site either.
Exactly. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Yeah, that's why I would want to go out there again with the engineering group just to make sure I'm not.
I'd be happy to meet you there if you want to.
Okay.
And I see Councilor Jarrett had his hand raised. I have a feeling he might be asking something that I'm thinking in my head. Go ahead, Alex.
So there's an existing pressure regulating station. Is that also something that would have to be moved if a driveway were ever to be installed in the future?
That I don't know.
Sorry,
It's
that was for
oh.
Brian.
Yeah, I gotta kind of, I know it's the station was slightly, I think 5 feet down from where the cabinet was. But yeah, I don't know. We'd have to see where the new driveway is to see if we have to move. We don't, currently we have no stations in driveways. They're in sidewalks, but never really a driveway. So we'd have to kind of work through that once we saw the defined plans for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Can I just,
Go
so,
ahead.
so all I'm trying to think of the future and to make it as simple in the future and to not, tie things up that. So there is no plan of development. It is just to say in the future, there could be a different use other than a hayfield for that field.
Yeah. Yeah, and we can move that cabinet to make, I think we're just talking about the existing structure that's out there. Would it be in the way? And like you said, we don't know at this point.
Okay.
So for the sake of time, and we are fast approaching the time of our council meeting, I intend to get through the public hearing here. And I want to say to councilors, we have an option to approve these petitions, to not approve them, or we can have them tabled until a future meeting. And in the case where the property owner and Eversource are, as we're witnessing right here, they're planning to meet and come to an agreement, we will have, I'm expecting an alteration to the petition that we can consider at a future meeting. And that's what I hear you suggesting, Brian, right?
Yeah, for that Barrett at Jackson location, correct.
Yes. Okay, and and I see JoJo's hands raised, and JoJo, is your question relative to the Barrett Street location?
In a general sense, I was a little confused about, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was confused about, and I also want to make clear that I really appreciated Donna's help on my behalf. So I didn't mean to come off earlier as though I was blaming her, and I absolutely am grateful for her service. I was a little confused when the suggestion was made that were there to be an issue of something having to be moved, that's generally, sort of between the person and Eversource, because I certainly don't like the idea that I have to go up against Eversource to deal with this thing that's already up. So that for me, I feel very much like my petition is, obviously since it's retroactive on a certain level, is unresolved. And I would very much ask for you to table it and not make a vote on mine. But the other point I was wondering about is, given that there is a planning board approval process for some of these driveways, I would hope that part of the commitment from Eversource, and I don't know if they're allowed, is that they commit to not opposing anything that the resident or property owner would seek to do in the planning board process. I don't know if they have a right to speak or to enter their opinions, but it seems to me that they need to waive all claims to opposing what the resident might want to do in the future, so as to if I hope I'm making myself clear, which is because I intend the exact same thing with my property. In fact, I don't have a driveway on North Maple Street. My address is North Maple Street. I have a 91-year-old mother. I have a door, and I want a driveway on North Maple Street. They've put it 64 feet from the center. And if I go to the planning board, I don't want Eversource showing up and saying, we don't want you to grant this driveway because it's going to be a pain, or come up with their reasons. So I do feel like that there's a lot of details around the commitment to accommodate the property owner's rights here that need to be paid attention to before this thing is approved on for future interests.
Okay, thank you, JoJo. And I have a thought on what we're going to do here. I want to ask if per the public hearing, if people have any more questions relative to Barrett Street. All right, hearing none, I would like to move to JoJo's situation, which is on North Maple Street. Brian, could we go to that? And you're about to hear an alarm. Why isn't my alarm going off? So Laura, this is the same link for the city council meeting, correct? Oh, we can't hear you.
Yes, it's the same link, so people will be joining.
Yes, so I had it in my timer to welcome people who are showing up for the June 15th City Council meeting. We are still in a public hearing for our special meeting, and we still have a number of items to get through. I'm going to ask that you be patient, and once we finish up with this public hearing, we will then move into having our usual City Council meeting. So, okay, Brian, let's go to North Maple.
Okay. Okay, so North Maple at Bardwell. So existing regulator structure here, right in the sidewalk, and then the new cabinet was installed slightly to the south here. I can go, I think.
Yeah, let's get a photo.
Yep. Yeah, so here's the existing cabinet here. You can barely see the door, but it's right in the sidewalk. Here's where the cabinet was installed with the bollards. And then we ran over to this existing electric pole at this location.
Okay. And Donna, in your memo, it does mention can you review what it said, what your memo is saying about future plans in terms of the driveway here?
Yeah, so when this was brought to my attention by JoJo, who stopped by the office, you know, what we need to do is kind of find a path forward. How do we, you know, take something that happened and say, okay, there's multiple of these units that need to be installed around the city. So how do we now find a way forward that's sort of consistent with our policies and practices, and how do we kind of just move away from this place where something undesirable or not ideal happened. So what we sought to do in the memo was to make it clear that in the event of future development, for lack of a better word, of this property, that our recommendation, you know, sort of outside of an engineering analysis, like they're not going to hit the water main, they're not going to hit the sewer main, but it is possible that if a future permission is given for a driveway, that this cabinet might be in conflict with that. So we would make a recommendation that Eversource commit to relocation of that cabinet. That was kind of my attempt to right the situation, if you will. All right, GHD. So that is why the memo is worded as it is. And that was part of our field review, because there is limited frontage here. This is on a corner. There is, you know, potential sightline problems with both the cabinet and a future driveway potentially. So there's sort of a limited amount of space to work with. And we just wanted to make clear what we think should happen in the future, to have sort of a public discussion about that at council, now sort of falls with the group here tonight.
And Brian, could you stop your screen share? Okay. So my question for you, Donna, is that, so your recommendation that in your memo is that Eversource agree in this situation to, if there's a future conflict, that they would move this cabinet.
Yes, and to be clear, I mean, in general, when I review poll petitions from National Grid or when I review any trench permit, I am looking for conflict with city utilities. You know, is this thing in the way of the sidewalk? Is it blocking a sight line? Is it being installed on top of a water main that's going to cause damage? I mean, that's what I'm looking for. In this case, you know, based on the sequence of events and what happened and how it happened, I think it would be wrong of me to not mention in the memo that this may have a negative impact on the property owner moving forward. In a world where this cabinet did not exist and the abutter was notified of this public hearing, the abutter would come to the public hearing and say, well, you know, I may want to put a driveway at a future date, and my memo would not reflect this. But the fact that the situation happened sort of out of sequence, that's why the memo is written as it is, because it's already happened. And so we are trying to kind of right the wrong and put something in writing for council's consideration so that Eversource can do what they need to do for regulatory compliance, and so that the rights of the abutter are protected. That's why the memo is worded in sort of an unusual way.
Right. And Brian, would you be agreeable to the terms of moving this in the future if Ms. Howlett wished it to be moved because they were putting in a driveway?
Yeah. For this location, I know what we've gone through, yes.
And meaning that Eversource would absorb the cost of that?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to get that clear. JoJo, I see your hand is raised. Let's see. Let's get you unmuted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Right. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Brian. I intend to file for the permit process and work with the planning board in the next few months. Okay. So this is absolutely not speculative. This is absolutely going to happen, at least in terms of my part. And I think that picture anybody can see, there's a door there. I've got a 91-year-old mother, and there's lots of good reasons in addition to housing concerns of the city, turning my home into a second home, adding an ADU, all of which is good stuff and all the kind of things that we in Northampton all care about. So that's great. Thanks, Brian. But I guess I want to make sure, like, is there a time commitment on it? Like, the details of if I put this permit application in and I get the planning board to grant it and Donna approves it, how long will it take for you to move it at no cost to me? And again, and the commitment, of course, that you don't in any way, object when I go to the planning board because it is something that might require a variance. I'm not sure if I actually just move my driveway, I might be able to move it by right, in which case I might not need a variance. But I just want to make sure that, the details are committed to.
Yeah, we'd have to work with engineering and the planning group to determine exactly where we'd have to move. Like you said, it's a pretty tight area, so we just can't move it and then be in the way of something else. So we'd work with them to make sure we have a new location that's properly vetted, and then we have crews assigned right now that could easily get out there. It's going through this process. We'd probably have to do another grant of location for the new location, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And then move it. It takes a little bit of time. I can't really narrow down that time.
No, it's fine. I just want to make sure that, we've got like a truly good faith agreement, and I'm not, you're Eversource. I'm just JoJo at the corner of Bardwell and North Maple. Okay. I don't want to fight. I just want a driveway. And I'm not unaware of the fact that the location might, I could even squeeze my driveway in next to that thing, but I don't know that it would be safe to pull into the driveway because you'd block the view pulling in the driveway. So there might be those sightline considerations. So yeah, I mean, I'm reasonable. I'm looking for a solution, but I've lived long enough to know the devil's in the details and commit, and you're Eversource. Sorry, you're a great big company. And I just want to make sure they're all like committed to really doing the right thing. So I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay. So in this case, it sounds like JoJo is going to go do some work around possible ideas for developing her property, and that Eversource is welcome, is agreeable to working with JoJo on moving the cabinet should the plans require that. And so are there any more questions here? And I'm reminding counselors, we have the option to approve, not approve, or we could table this for a bit. Counselor Elkins.
Yes, thanks, Councilor Nash. I guess my question is a procedural one. So we have opened this as a hearing on each individual agenda item, or generally as a hearing on all of them? Because my suggestion would be to because we need to close the public hearing, right? To then vote.
Right, to vote. We would need to do that. I'm just making note of that for later, the later point where we consider what to do.
Okay.
Yeah, that I don't want counselors voting right now.
Okay.
Okay. JoJo, I see your hand still raised. Do you have any further questions? Let's see if we can get you unmuted.
Sorry, meant to lower my hand. Okay.
Okay, good. All right. And so I think we're ready to move on to, let's go back to being in order here. We have number 3, which is the Bridge Road. And Brian, if you could bring things up.
So now we're at Bridge Road at North Main Street, near the Rotary up by Look Park. Existing above ground regulator station already off in that area, and the new cabinet going slightly behind and to the left of it, running to the existing telephone pole, kind of right on the other side of the cabinet. So let me get over to. So kind of here's the Rotary, Look Park's over here. Existing cabinet here, that's our existing regulator station. Some of these are already above ground. And then the new cabinet would go off into the left and run the electric over to this existing telephone pole.
Okay. And stops. Excellent. We have it down here. Counselors, any questions?
Nope.
Anybody from the public with questions about this particular location? Okay. Hearing none. Brian, let's go to Chestnut Street.
Chestnut, okay. So Chestnut at Bridge. So kind of right down the street from Bridge. Again, existing regulator vault underground in the sidewalk. The cabinet going kind of down towards the property line. So we're not kind of directly in here, and it's in between an existing stockade fence and the property line, and then running to this existing telephone pole right nearby. So let's, where was I don't think I have the photo for this one.
Wasn't that the photo there? Where are we going?
I think I might have closed it. Here, sorry about that. Here, let me just.
Chestnut Street at Bridge.
Sorry about that.
So it is like the full works is going in here, right? Oh, I see. Okay, this is
just the cabinet. Yeah. So let me get up here. So here's the existing cabinet underground, this door. The proposed cabinet would go kind of right on the edge of this property line between the fence and the sidewalk, and then run to this existing pole here for electricity.
So
Where's the fence?
I think the photo is not what we,
Right.
so Chestnut Street, yeah, that's not that's Prospect in Trumbull.
No, oh, hold on. Sorry. I was sharing the wrong screen. That's why. Now can you see this
Okay,
256 Chestnut? Hopefully I'm sharing the right screen now.
Yes.
and this one doesn't have the diagrams that with the pointing to where things, so you can show us where the unit in the ground is. It's where
Yep.
that panel is, right?
So that's the existing structure right now, this door underground. The cabinet would go right here, right on the edge of the property line, between the stockade fence and the curb, and the sidewalk. And then we'd run over to this existing telephone pole for power.
Okay. All right, stop screen share. Is there anybody from Chestnut Street? Or anybody, counselors, any questions about Chestnut Street? And, oh, okay, and I see Corey. Go. Corey, go ahead.
Okay, hi, I was trying to unmute. So our house is the house you see on the diagram,
Mhm.
the small one. We have the picket fence, which is our neighbors, and to the right is our house. So I guess my question is, and I'll stay calm because I've never participated in a meeting like this before. One, that right now, a 5x5x3 monstrosity right at our property line it does bother us and so I guess my question is, how is it connected to that telephone pole? Is that literally a physical cable that runs from the box to the telephone pole? And two, I guess, who do I need to contact and what do I need to do to better understand this whole proposal? Because my first thought is, we don't have much land anyways, and our house is small, and we don't have a lot of frontage for our front yard. And just quite frankly, this is going to lower the retail value of our real estate if we ever do want to sell the property, which we don't have an intention to do. But basically, what do I need to do to better understand this without taking everyone's time up, and to figure out maybe how I can very respectfully protest the location of the box, and maybe there was a suggestion way back, I think Julie, one of our neighbors, suggested maybe Bridge Road, where there's less of an intrusion to people's actually home or house. So that's all I have to say. And if I could have a name to call, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
So, Corey, to answer your question, I believe that Brian is the contact, correct, Brian?
Correct, yes.
And do you have a business number you could share with her right here?
Yep. Are you ready to take it down?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, it's 413
Yep.
326
Yep.
0636.
Okay, and if I call you, I can discuss perhaps moving the box location before it is installed and put up?
I mean, this is kind of the point of this meeting, is determining the box locate. I mean, I can go over the details with you of more of why we picked where we're picking and what we're doing, but
Oh, I think I understand why you picked that location. It's close to the, where you guys always come to check to make sure the gas is running properly and everything. The in-ground, so I understand why. And to be honest, I don't need every single detail about how it all works with, you know, the installation and the routers and telemetry and, you know, how do we get, I request that it's considered that the box is moved to a different location before it is installed. So if this is what this meeting's about, I'm putting that request in. And
Okay.
how do I do? If I need to do that formally via in writing, I just need to know how I do that.
So Corey, I think you're doing that right here. And
Okay.
see Counselor Jarrett's hand raised, and I'm going to recognize him.
Thank you. So the location that you pointed out on the Google Street View is not the location that is shown in the application or on the agenda. In the location on the agenda is in the eastern tree belt, very close to the existing pressure regulating station. So if you could clarify the location.
Are you asking me?
No,
we're
Brian.
asking Brian.
Oh, okay.
sorry, one second. I was just trying to look to see what was submitted. I know this is one of the sites we went out with the engineering group to discuss locations, and that's where that change occurred. It may just have not been updated with the new location. No, okay, yeah. So just look at what we submitted. So we'll have to resubmit this with the new location shown. So we went out there, reviewed it with the engineering group, the city engineering group, and that's when we kind of came up with that new location. So instead of putting it right on the curb, or like right on the street, there was concern with traffic being such a small tree belt. So that's why we moved it. So yeah, my apologies for that. I thought the new drawing was submitted, but apparently you guys still had the old drawing in the submission.
So,
Okay. I'm hearing.
Brian.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Brian, it looks like you need to resubmit, and in the meantime, would it be possible for you to meet with Corey and go over the plans and also it sounds like if you could consider changes to the location.
Yeah, we could try. It's just, I mean, it's just a tough location with room in that area.
I understand.
Yep, we can do that.
Okay. All right, Corey, any other, so
I'm just, I guess, and so it sounds like I need to call Brian to set up a time for him to come out and show me where the actual new location is that wasn't submitted.
yeah, what I'm suggesting is that the two of you meet and that since we don't actually have the plans before us to approve or not approve, that I imagine I'm maybe the plans could change a bit to accommodate what your concerns are.
Right, and maybe the updated plans have already addressed the issue. Like, Brian, can you give a general, can you give us a general understanding of where the updated plan, the box was going?
Yeah, so I mean, the change was before the first original submission had the box in between the street and the sidewalk, right in the small tree belt area. The revised location was between the stockade fence and the sidewalk. So what I talked about earlier. So that's why I thought I was talking about the right one, but the plans showed the old location. So still not where you would like it.
Oh, okay.
But we
Yeah,
haven't, well, we
it's
haven't
kinda
seen it
clear.
and we haven't approved it, Corey.
Okay.
So, that's, so,
Okay.
I
'Cause-
see,
yeah.
go ahead, JoJo.
No, I'm Corey. It is very cramped in that whole area, so, well, I'll take it offline with Brian and we'll go from there, I guess.
Okay, is that what you would like to happen, Corey?
I would like a request to actually have the box moved from the current location that we all saw on the plans. And two, if it's anywhere close, the new plans, if it's anywhere close to that, then I request that the box is moved to a location like maybe the one that Julie suggested, if it can be, like on Bridge Road, maybe to the right of the Fitzgerald fence building, or somewhere like that, because this whole corner, the corner of Bridge and Chestnut, we're already small and quote jammed as it is with, we have people turning, a busy road like Bridge, and they turn left to go down Chestnut, and from, let's say our house and maybe two other homes, everything, it's just a really jammed area as it is. So the last thing we need as a whole, it for the future too, is something else in that corner of Bridge and Chestnut.
Okay.
Right. So I request that it is maybe moved across the street to the right of Fitzgerald's fence.
So Corey, I'm going to interrupt you there, and that that I'm going to recommend that you meet with Brian.
Okay.
And also that you're requesting that the cabinet be down the street and across the road. I think that's getting pretty far away from the location, but I think consideration of moving it a few feet in either direction, I think that could be reasonable here. And also, who's Corey's counselor here? Who's got Chestnut Street? That's
I am.
Alex.
And
Yeah.
Corey, I'm happy to talk with you about the issue.
Okay. So how do I get a hold of you, Alex?
It's my contact information is on the city's website, or I'll just give you my phone number, 320-4700.
Okay, and I apologize, I'm flustered, but when you say across the street, yes, but there might be 100 feet at the most from where you're proposing the box to be to Bridge Road, if you look at it. So, okay. So I will contact Alex and.
Yeah, I recommend contacting Alex and meeting with Brian and see what kind of resolution, if possible, people can come to.
Come up with. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I see Councillor Elkins.
Yes, just as a point of order, it seems like given that what is on the petition and what was presented to us doesn't match, and so therefore it's not properly before us. So I'd ask Brian, are you withdrawing your petition at this time and to resubmit later? I mean, because this isn't, we don't have anything to vote on anyway, much less table.
Exactly.
And I'd ask respectfully, if you could take a minute and look at your presentation versus the petitions and make sure that everything else that you're going to present to us matches. Because we can't vote on a presentation, we have to vote on the petition.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I apologize for that. Sorry, I thought it was updated, but I was incorrect. So
Thank you.
Okay. Moving along. This brings us to number 5 Elm Street. Well, hold on. JoJo and Richard have their hands raised. JoJo.
Yep. Hi, thanks. Me again. So Corey, thank you so much. And I just want to encourage you to speak up, because don't apologize for taking up the time. I'm glad you're talking, sweetheart. And go drive down my street, because you're right. It's a monstrosity. And frankly, you know, these are residential homes and these are our neighborhoods. And anybody who walks down North Maple knows that there's this, I call it a green porta potty surrounded by huge popsicle sticks. Okay. This is not attractive. This is not, you know, looking out at my sweet lawn in cute little Florence anymore. Okay. So I'm not apologizing for this. With that in mind, I forgot to mention this earlier, which is, what about beautification? It does seem to me that I'm not going to decide in advance, nor do I think a council member should decide that something is too far or too hard for Eversource before we know really how hard and how far or how expensive it is, in terms of however far it needs to be appropriate for the neighborhood. But if it turns out that it really is unrealistic, I'd love to see beautification. So, you know, painting it, disguising it, putting flowers on it, things like that. And as I understand, it's Eversource's property, and you'd have to allow that to happen. That would go a long way in terms of what I now have to look at from that side of my house. So is that something you could speak to, Brian?
yeah, we're open to that. We actually, I think in Springfield, there's a group that's going to try to paint murals on it. Pretty much as long as the vents and our sticker stays visible, the painting's all right with us. I mean, of course, with approval, we just don't want anybody painting whatever they want on some of these, but as long as it's something that beautifies it, yeah, I don't think there's any objection to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, JoJo. All right, next, Richard.
Thank you. I want to reiterate something that Brian himself said, which is that the Chestnut Street location is a very complicated, tight location. And I think JoJo's comments were right on, that we should not presuppose how much is too much resources for Eversource to undertake to situate this so that it's not an eyesore in a residential neighborhood, especially when there is immediate access to a more suitably utilized and zoned neighborhood. So I understand it's not on the table now because it was an improper application, but I do think it ought to be freshly thought of with all possibilities explored. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, next up, Brian, can you bring us to number 5 Elm Street?
So Elm at North Elm, existing structure, cabinet here, and then running to the utility pole. I think it's just better to go to these guys here. So again, it's tough to see with the cars, but there's the existing structure here in the tree belt in between the sidewalk and the curb. The cabinet will go right next to that structure and then run down to this telephone pole existing.
Okay. Counselors, any questions about this Elm Street location? Is there anybody from the public with questions about the Elm Street location? Okay, hearing and seeing no hands raised. All right, let's move on to number 6, Hockenham Road.
So Hockenham at Pleasant Street, existing structure kind of off in that green area. Cabinets go directly behind one of the vault and then over to the existing utility pole here. So here's kind of that intersection. Here's that green area I'm talking about, the existing vaults, the cabinet going kind of right behind here, and then over to this telephone pole.
Okay, counselors, any questions? And anybody from the public with questions? Okay, let's go to number 7, Marshall Street.
Yep, so this is Marshall, right down the street from Bridge Street, kind of where 91 is. So existing above ground cabinet here, existing telephone pole, the new cabinet going kind of down the road a little bit just to stay out of the guy wire way of the utility pole, and then running back to it to get power. So where are we? Marshall. So existing cabinet here, the new cabinet going over here, and then the power coming from this telephone pole.
Okay, back to counselors, any questions? All right, Brian, I have 2 about this location. One, why isn't the cabinet being installed next to the existing cabinet?
We're just trying to get closer to the telephone pole, and there's already stuff there, so that's kind of why it's, if you look, there's a guy wire off that telephone pole, so we don't want to get in between the wire that kind of holds the telephone pole and the pole. So that's why we're moving the cabinet outside of that, and then just
Well,
running.
I understand that, but
Yeah.
why isn't the cabinet going next to the existing cabinet?
I think the actual tree belt gets a little tighter when you get closer to that driveway to the left.
And also, can you go back to that photo?
Yep.
Because I drove by that a few hours ago, and the existing cabinet, I would swear, is probably twice that height.
It's tall. It is taller now. So this is older. This is just street view from Google. So they don't have an updated picture of what's out there. But last year, this was increased just for our equipment inside the existing structure here.
Okay, so this is, so the structure that already went, so a larger structure has already gone in here?
No, so this station here, the exact same footprint was just taller. So just a taller cabinet was put on an existing foundation for the equipment inside in this existing cabinet.
So my question is, why can't to install another large cabinet when you could, have your own little utility corner right here, with the bollards, rather than having, the new location would have these 2 big boxes. They're going to be about what, 25 feet apart?
Yeah, at this location, yeah. Just the new telemetry cabinet has the electrical communications equipment in it, and we don't want that with the gas piping inside the existing structure. This is pretty much a gaseous atmosphere inside this existing one. That's how we treat it, even though there's not always gas in it, but that's how we have to treat it, just because it's our facilities here.
So while they look the same, they're actually different functions.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. All right, those are my questions. Counselors, any other questions? Okay, next up is number 8, Hinckley Street.
I think we missed one, Marshall Street and Bridge.
Oh,
Street.
that would, we just did Marshall
did?
Street. Yes, Counselor. But thank you for keeping me on the ball.
I got it.
Okay, so this is Hinckley Street, down this from Nonotuck, kind of, that's the closest intersection. Existing structure here right off the edge of the road. The new cabinet would cross this existing gravel driveway and get near the existing telephone pole that's out there. So let's go to the, oh, sorry. Clicking the wrong thing. So here's the existing structure, the station in the sidewalk, right up against the edge of the road. The new cabinet would kind of go back here, still in the city right away, near this existing telephone pole.
Okay. Counselors, any questions? I see Laura Reinhardt's hand raised. Laura, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Laura Reinhardt. I live at 22 Nonotuck Street. And this box is going on Hinckley Street. And my property is pretty odd in that my address is 22 Nonotuck Street and I have access to my property from Nonotuck Street, but I also, my curb cut and my frontage is on Hinckley Street. So I have 150 feet or 159 feet of frontage on Hinckley. And so it's a steep slope going up to Hinckley Street. And the telephone or the utility pole is actually one that I petitioned to have put in. So Brian, you can thank me for that because I saved you that work. Because my intention was to put my power lines and all my lines underground because it's about 400 feet from my home and the existing pole on my property is tilted and it's been damaged from trees in the past. So as for my concerns today is one, I'd like to be able to meet with you to ensure that this box is not going to impede my sight line as I exit, because exiting it is to my left, and that's the most dangerous part. As I leave my driveway and I look left, this will be to my left, and so I want to ensure that I'm not losing critical sight of oncoming traffic. So that's one. And two, because I petitioned and this utility pole was put in with the intention for me to run my lines at my own expense between the pole and my home, I just want to make sure that nothing happens between the pole and my house, which I don't believe it's going to. I think it's all going to be to the right of the pole, but I just don't want it so that it becomes obstructed and I then can't do what I intended to do from this pole, which I petitioned for. And the only other thing that I want to say is that the area that you want to place it, and this is for your own information because I've lived here for a long time, that area used to have oak trees and they came down in the storm, took my lines down. So that's all tree stumps under there and compost on top of it. I've been composting on that corner, trying to build it up because it used to be a slope like this. And I've been composting to kind of build it up. So you may run into some areas. And in that process, I just want to ensure that nothing gets moved or redistributed to obscure or obstruct or impede my intentions from that utility pole to my home. So I think that's all my questions.
Yeah, and that oh, go ahead, Jim.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
Answer.
no, that's all something we'll work through. I don't know if did you catch my phone number earlier? Just we could set up.
Yes.
Okay, so we can just
Yes.
set up a time to meet out on site and we can go over all those concerns and make sure you're
Yes.
comfortable with that.
And will you, does that phone number allow texts or would you prefer a direct phone call?
Yeah, no, that's my cell. So yeah, you can do
Okay.
whatever you want. Yep, either way.
Thank you, Brian. And
Yep.
thank you, council. And who's my counselor, by the way, for,
Also me.
oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Brian, okay, never mind. All right, we'll figure this. All right, next up after is Maple Street.
Yeah, so Maple Street, we're calling it Pine, but it's kind of between Maple and Man Terrace here. Again, existing regulator station here above ground, a new cabinet going kind of right to the north of that, and then National Grid will have to install a new pole at this location for us. Yep, so here's the existing structure, cabinet to go right next to it, and then we'd run to the site of a future pole if approved to right here.
Okay. Counselors, any questions? Anybody else with questions relative to Maple Street? Counselor Perry.
No, that's Counselor Elkins. Elkins has her.
Oh, you're pointing at Counselor Elkins. Counselor Elkins.
Hi, Councilor Harris. My question is the, would you, I wouldn't anticipate that, that utility pole being an issue once it comes before us, but would your plans change if that utility pole was not, approved for some reason, or if they didn't come through and actually just put it in?
Yeah, it would have to change to get power to that location. I know the National Grid doesn't want us to run underground to their pole, so that's why they're putting the new pole on the other side of the street. So we'd have to revise it to either run farther up and down Maple Street to an existing pole if they were denied the new location.
Okay, and I'm not saying I anticipate that. I just was wondering, do you know when they're putting their pole petition in?
No, we kind of have no idea. It's a whole different company. We put the request in, and it's kind of just working through them to get that through.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Counselors, any other questions? All right, next up is number 11, South Street.
So this is yeah, South Street at South Park Terrace, right across from the parking lot here. Existing station. This has the cabinet installed. This was one of those two locations. Then we ran down to a telephone pole down the street. So let me. So again, this is an older photo, but the cabinet is right here to the left. And then we ran to the telephone pole right there.
Okay. Any questions about the South Street location? Okay. I see Corey's hand going up. Corey, go ahead.
Just a quick observation. The slide you just showed on South Street, that's actually what, if you put our box on Bridge Road to the right of Fitzgerald's, that's what it would look like. So it doesn't obstruct people's residence. Do you know what I mean? So I just wanted to throw that out there, Brian. So when we do speak, you can better understand why it would be a good idea for Eversource to put it on Bridge Road versus the proposed right here on Chestnut. And you'll see, you'll come out, right?
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of the of reviewing the 11 different sites. And we have let's see. 1, 2. And are you, oh, we still have the what is it for Trumbull Street, Prospect Street?
Yeah, the new
We
station.
haven't looked at that yet. Could you pull that up?
Yep. So this is for a new full regulator station. So this is the fully new Eversource design. So it's big and it's kind of crazy, but I'm just going to go through it. So it's 3 vaults underground, 2 above ground cabinets behind the vaults, kind of in this triangle green area. We'll have to kind of bring up the level of this road to make it all level, but we can work on that. And then it's a bunch of main installation shown on this drawing that we'd have to work through Donna and the DPW to get all that regular trench work underground. So this is kind of the above ground structure area in this green area. So I'll go.
No.
Photo here. So this is just, again, kind of the rough pointing arrows, roughly where those the vaults would go with the cabinets behind it. I can show you some examples of already installed facilities like this. So let me just switch over here back to this. Oh, go up 1. So here's just so wow, sorry about that. So this is just 2 existing sites we have elsewhere, slightly different setups, but you can see the 3 vaults. There's 3 vents above ground, a bunch of gate boxes, and then these 2 cabinets. So there's 2 cabinets with these new regulator stations that get installed. So this is kind of one does all the pneumatics, because now these actually can control the station, so they can control the delivery pressure out of the station, but they also monitor. So that's why there's 2 cabinets for these new stations. And this location was picked in preparation of the work that's going to be done on Main Street in Northampton. So as part of us replacing our infrastructure with the proposed plans to redo Main Street, we're moving existing station at State at Finn, which is kind of way north of this location, but moving it to this new Prospect at Trumbull location allows us to do our work on Main Street, get it up to newer facilities, and also retire the existing station at State at Finn. So I'll stop there.
Okay, counselors, any questions about this location? Are there any, Counselor Perry?
Yeah, I just have a question about what does retiring a station consist of?
Sorry, abandoning. So we had cut off the piping that goes to that station, cut the doors off, fill it in, and then restore to whatever condition that surrounds it. So I believe that one's in the sidewalk. So we'd run a new sidewalk over where the station would be. So it's retiring and abandoning the existing station. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Counselors, any questions? And anybody in the public with questions? And Brian, I have a question. So once this goes in, there will be the metal panels covering the vaults.
Yep.
And there will be the cabinets.
Yep.
And there will be a series of bollards like it was depicted
Yeah, so one of them has bollards around the vaults. This location won't need that. I was just trying to show other examples. This location would probably just have the bollards near the cabinets again, the only above ground structures here. All the vaults would not need bollards around that.
Okay, and there would be, because this is actually, this little triangle of property is actually a lovely little green space.
Yep.
So what we'd be seeing is some metal covers and how many cabinets?
2 cabinets, yep.
And then grass or
Correct. Yes.
or shrubs or something.
Yep.
Can shrubs be installed as well around these cabinets?
We can, we don't like to, just because we'd
can't
have
get
to
'em.
maintain them, but if
Right.
the city were to maintain them, because it is a green area, I'm sure we'd be more than likely to put some up there.
Okay. All right, so we have been through all of the items up for part of this public hearing. Is there anybody want to have any last thing to say before we close the public hearing? Counselor Jarrett.
I was just going to move to close the public hearing.
Second,
Okay, motion made by Counselor Jarrett, seconded by Counselor Labarge to close the public hearing. Any discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster,
I guess maybe I did have a quick discussion because I missed such a large chunk of the hearing. I'm process note. I'm wondering if I and counselors that came in late should abstain or if we should be participating in this.
Well, it's just the decision to close the public hearing.
Yes.
Counselor Gore. It's possible I haven't made her a co-host, excuse me. Oops, there we go. I apologize, Counselor Gore. You should be able to unmute now.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, the public hearing has been closed. And we are going on 2 hours here. And I need a 5-minute break. And then just so everybody knows, we are still part of this running our special meeting that started at 6 o'clock, which featured a public hearing on telemetry cabinets. We've had a lot of interest in these petitions. And in 5 minutes, we're going to come back and figure out what we want to do with these petitions. And then we will get to a real city council meeting. So let's all get back together at 8:04.
approve 23.333, which is the petition for North Maple Street at Bardwell Street, and add the condition that Eversource agrees to move the cabinet in the event of a future approved driveway permit by the owner of 66 North Maple Street. It is in terms of, if Director La Scalia is still here, the language, is that language that I just mentioned the appropriate way to frame it?
Yes, Counselor, I think that's appropriate. If at the time a driveway were to be approved, that Eversource would commit to relocation of the equipment at their expense in the event in the event their equipment was found to be in conflict with the proposed driveway.
Okay, so I will reword that to say, the condition is that Eversource agrees to move the cabinet at their expense in the event that a future approved driveway permit by 66 North Maple Street was found in conflict. Is there sorry, looking for a second, but yes on that.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Jarrett and seconded by Counselor Moulton to approve. This is the North Maple. So it's 23.333 Eversource petition with the stipulation that Eversource agrees to move the cabinet should a driveway be approved. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please. Or hold it. I see JoJo's hand raised. Hold on.
Isn't the public hearing closed?
Yeah, you're right. It is closed. I'm sorry. Yes, public hearing is closed. Go ahead, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
I'm going to abstain.
oh, okay. Counselor Gore,
I'm going to abstain as well.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes, I'm going to abstain as well.
Oh my God.
It's late.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, that petition is approved with the stipulation as set forth by Counselor Jarrett. Okay, any other ideas? Counselor Jarrett, you had some ideas. Bring them forth.
Yeah, I would invite Councilor Elkins to move with the condition that she proposed, the 23.280 Prospect Street at Trumbull Road.
I'll second that.
Oh, sorry, I wanted
Oh,
Councilor Elkins to state the condition because I think there's perhaps the questions of maintenance and such are should be discussed. Are you amenable to that, Councilor Elkins?
I am, but I see that Director La Scalia has her, the public hearing is closed, but I
Well,
guess I would leave it to Counselor Nash if we can recognize her at this point.
Yeah, we can recognize Director La Scalia.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask for a conversation about maintenance, but the motion has not yet been made, so I'll wait and reserve my comments until it's on the floor if you'd like.
Okay, so for the purposes of discussion, I would move to approve the petition on that Trumbull triangle. I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me. With a condition that Eversource adds some shrubbery landscaping. And Director La Scalia is gonna now, I think, tell us why maybe that's not a great idea.
Yes, I certainly I support any sort of beautification efforts, but on the agenda tonight is actually a transfer or a series of transfers for my department to sort of deal with our operations regarding our parks and other facilities due to some staffing shortages. So my comments on the maintenance of any beautification efforts there would be that it would not be advisable at this point to commit city staff or my staff to maintenance activities. It's sort of a isolated location as I don't have the personnel for that. So I think that maintenance of anything in this location would need to be absorbed by Eversource.
And my understanding was that Brian's response to that or suggestion is that they understood that it would be their responsibility. Though I do understand that if they fail to do it, it would fall to the city if it got unruly. So it's too bad. It's just a little plot of sort of no man's land and right in the middle of a residential area that they're putting a thing. So I'll withdraw that condition and move to approve.
Okay, so on the floor is item 23.280 Eversource petition to install a regulator station on Prospect Street at Trumbull Road. Councilor Maori.
But why can't we just add to the condition that they maintain? I really like your idea, Councilor Elkins.
I do too.
But it unruly gets to be a challenge, especially if it impedes the sidewalk view for, folks who use chairs or whatever. It is a serious issue, the maintenance. So is it possible that we can make the condition the installment and maintenance of shrubs or beautifying greenery?
I mean, the thing at that location is that there isn't, I don't think the sidewalks are on that triangle. Good. It That's really is just like a little green spot right in the middle that nobody owns. No property owner is gonna be looking to divide it up. It just has, we're gonna. I always wanted to defer to the director's, sort of needs and the limitations of the staff, and I don't want it to fall to the city to take care of. But it does seem like some low maintenance or no maintenance something to make it not be just this industrial thing in the middle of a little green spot.
Yeah,
seems not unreasonable to ask Eversource to take responsibility for.
Right. Would this vote bind them to maintenance, or is that too vague to count on?
Director La Scalia has an answer.
And sorry, just a point of clarification. So there is no sidewalk in this location now, but one of the things that we did ask of Eversource was to install this equipment and give us the capability to put in a sidewalk in the future. And we were very careful about how we approved this poll petition or this grant of location so that capability would exist. Regarding the shrubs, again, I just want to make it clear that I think it would be a great beautification effort, but I do not want to commit my department to doing something which I do not believe we are going to be able to do. And I would also caution that any shrub installation, we do need to be careful that if we were to install a sidewalk, that those shrubs would not be in the way of that sidewalk or impeding the sidewalk. It often does fall to my department to deal with unruly installations, and they're all over the city. So we just want to be careful we don't create that scenario here. Thank you.
I guess given that, I'll stick with my sort of withdrawal of the condition at this point in time, with the idea that if it is going to be improved with sidewalks later, that it could be a right place for a little, neighborhood something at that time. I mean, as it is, it's a little green space right now, and it's I don't think this is gonna undo all of that. But I defer to Counselor Maori if she wishes to.
And I would actually defer to the director because, you know, I hear that. It sounds like there's no way to kind of really bind Eversource to actually do the maintenance. Like, if we vote as it as a condition, sounds like that's not seeming like enough. Because if they don't, it's going to fall on the DPW, whether a condition or not is. So I'll let go.
Okay, so on the floor is item 23.280 to Eversource petition for the regulator station at Prospect Street in Trumbull Road.
Is there a second on that
I believe,
motion?
I believe it needs a second. I'll second it.
Thank you. So motion made, who made it? Elkins?
Yes.
Okay. And seconded by Counselor Moulton. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Laura, roll call.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay. 23.280, that petition has been approved. So we still have 10 more to go. Counselor Jarrett.
So I'll move to approve. I'll just list them. They're the ones besides the three that I mentioned earlier where folks had concerns and there were going to be meetings. So there's 23.257, 215 South Street. There's 23.259 Bridge Road at North Main Street. There's 23.261 Elm Street at North Elm Street. 23.300 Hockenham Road at Pleasant Street. 23.301 Marshall Street at Bridge Street. 23.307 Maple Street at Pine Street. And 23.334 South Street at South Park Terrace. So moving to approve those.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Jarrett and seconded by Counselor Moulton to approve those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 petitions. Any discussion? Laura, did you get all those petition numbers?
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Abstain.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Abstain.
and Counselor Gore.
Abstain.
Okay, did we get enough votes there, Laura?
Yes, you have six with 3
Okay.
abstentions.
Okay, so those 7 petitions have passed. That leaves us with 3. Counselor Jarrett.
Do we need to vote to delay those, or will it simply by not taking action, they will come at a future meeting?
Laura.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be so noted in the minutes that you guys reached that consensus.
So
That
do
they
we
would
need
be
to
taken
vote
up.
to take no action?
It wouldn't be wrong to vote, but
Okay,
if you don't vote, they're not going to be acted on.
It's not going to be what?
Acted on.
okay, so we have those 3 petitions still hanging out there. And Counselor Moulton.
Yeah, just to be clear about this, I would move that we table those pending further discussion as between Eversource and residents, abutters of those 3 locations.
I'll second that.
Okay. And to be clear, I hope I have this right. That's 23.258, 23.260, and 23.302. Okay, any further discussion on tabling decision on these items?
I do, Counselor Nash.
Oh, Counselor Foster.
Thanks. My hand might have blended. What I was wondering, if we're considering continuing these, we already closed the public hearing. Does that mean that the public won't be able to participate when we take these back up? I'm hoping we didn't make a mistake by closing the public hearing, wondering if we should have continued that, or if there's a process that will allow the public to participate when we take this back up.
So, well, I think in all 3 of these cases that we have property owners and constituents who are meeting with Eversource to discuss things further. And we have counselors who are connected with those property owners and constituents. So I as we move forward, I'm looking to the counselors to bring back information, should we take these up again at our next meeting.
Thank you.
And I don't think we need to have another public hearing. Right, Laura, please.
Yes.
All right, and that, okay. Any more discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, those items will be attended to at a future meeting. And before I say this, I want everybody to know we are adjourning this particular thing. City Council is going to happen immediately after. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn the special meeting that started at 6 o'clock.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Perry, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. We are not going away. Laura, roll call, please.
Sure. Counselor Maori,
Yes.
I think I heard something.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, the special meeting is closed, but City Council is about to begin. Okay, is everybody good to get things started? All right, let's go. All right. Welcome to the June 11th, 2023 City Council meeting. I am City Council President Jim Nash, and I will be presiding this evening. Before we begin, I want to let everyone know that this meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. Tonight, City Council will consider the following important matters in order to lower the statutory speed limit to 25 miles an hour, a prohibition on overnight trash hauling, 5 ordinances relative to raising the compensation for elected officials, a resolution to promote accessible trails in order to create a stabilization fund for opioid settlement monies, and a number of financial orders that will help us close out the fiscal year while also moving city initiatives forward. As always, I want to extend a special thanks to Northampton Open Media media for their efforts to make this virtual meeting possible. I now call the city council to order. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins,
Still here.
Counselor Foster,
Also still here.
Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Jarrett,
Here.
Counselor Labarge,
Here,
Counselor Maori,
Here.
Counselor Moulton,
Here.
Counselor Nash,
Here.
and Counselor Perry.
Here.
Council President, you still have a quorum.
Boy, everything's a little snarky. I like it. And I don't blame you. All right, so all right, it's now time for public comment. Is there anybody here who would like to make a public comment? Okay. I see Amy. Do we have anybody else lining up?
Adele.
And Adele. Okay, I'm going to do a brief version of my. Now that we are convened, we will now hear public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raised hand feature located on the bottom menu bar. If you're calling in by phone, you hit *9 let's see. I'm going to recognize folks to speak. You get 2 minutes. I'm really abbreviating things here. Amy, you're first in line here. You have 2 minutes and you have the council's attention and the floor.
Hi, and I will be quick.
You have a full 2 minutes. Take it all.
Okay. My name's Amy Sugihara, and I'm here for number 16 on your agenda. I fully and enthusiastically support the resolution in support of an act expanding access to trails for people of all abilities. As someone who uses a mobility device and who experiences the absolute joy and rejuvenation of being in nature on trails, unpaved trails in particular, I understand the impact that this bill is going to have. Our state has a woefully small number of accessible trails, yet at least a third, if not up to a half of people in Massachusetts need trails to be accessible in order to use them. So this bill, if it passes, will begin to rectify that discrepancy and will allow more people to access trails. So I thank you, city councilors, for considering this resolution and communicating with our state senators and representatives that this is an incredibly important matter. Also, the chair of the Disability Commission, Jeremy Maycomer-Dubs, could not be here tonight, but asked if I could pass on his full support of this resolution as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. All right, next up is Adele Franks. Welcome, Adele.
Well, thank you. My name is Adele Franks and I live in Florence. And I would like to speak to the specialized stretch code, the opt-in specialized stretch code, which is on your agenda as I order 10B. You have quite an agenda tonight. I can't even imagine how you're going to get through it all. But in any case, I thought that you might find it interesting to know some of the background about this opt-in specialized stretch code. Because at the end of the last legislative session, the legislature passed a bill, a climate bill, that included many issues, but it also included a mandatory net zero stretch code that would be the responsibility of the Department of Energy Resources to create. And Governor Baker vetoed it. And because it was the very end of the legislative session, there was no recourse. And so when the new session began in January, they passed the very same bill again. And Baker managed to negotiate with the legislature to make the mandatory stretch code not mandatory. and in fact, have it be an opt-in net zero stretch code. So here we are, and the legislature agreed to that. So then DOER created this stretch code, and but they changed it. It was not ever, in fact, a net zero stretch code. So they've changed the language, and so now it is called the opt-in specialized stretch code. Because in fact, it does allow the use of fossil fuels, so it can't possibly be. And how many more minutes do I have left?
The timer was muted, so the ding didn't go off.
Okay.
So we're about 20 seconds over, Adele.
Oh, so,
Oh,
well, I don't know how much time I have left, so I'm going to shorten what I was going to say. 17 communities have in fact opted into this new stretch code so far. And I hope that Northampton will join the ranks of those communities and pass this measure along to the Legislative Matters Committee. Thank you.
thank you. I'm going to stop you there. Okay. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for public comment? Okay. Let's go back over here. Okay. Next up, announcements from councilors and the mayor. Councilors, any announcements?
I do.
Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. As a city councilor and being on the Disability Commission, I want to bring this forth. I think it's extremely valuable. We are inviting for everybody to come and see the Northampton Disability Commission's free screening of Crimp Camp. It's a documentary that covers the goings-on down the road from Woodstock. A revolution blossomed in a ramshackle summer camp for teenagers with disabilities, transforming their lives and igniting a landmark movement. It's going to be held at the Northampton Senior Center, 67 Conch Street, on Tuesday, July 11th, from 1:30 to 4:00 p.m. And there also will be a discussion to follow the screening. If you have any questions, you can please contact Keith Benoit, our Northampton ADA coordinator, with any questions or additional access requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. Councilors, any other announcements? Councilor Moulton and then Councilor Elkins.
Thank you. The legislature's Joint Committee on Election Laws will hold a public hearing next Wednesday, June 21st, 1 to 5 p.m. on a number of home rule petitions, including 3 filed by Representative Sabadosa, calling for ranked choice voting, allowing non-citizen residents to vote in municipal elections, and lowering the municipal voting age to 16 in Northampton. These are the 3 outstanding recommendations from the Charter Review of 2019 that still require legislative approval. That hearing will be hybrid. There will be remote testimony taken, also written testimony. If anybody out there listening wants more details about how to testify, you may contact Representative Sabadosa's office or me.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins.
Yes, I just wanted to make a note that last night was the JFK Middle School spring concert at the Academy of Music. And normally, and after that, well, you had to have tickets to go. They didn't have enough for everybody, so you couldn't have just gone anyway. But the reason why I feel like it's important to note is that Claire Williams, who is the JFK Middle School band director and has been with JFK for 16 years and an educator, a music educator for some 30 odd years. She was in Holyoke before she was with Northampton, is retiring, and that last night at the Academy of Music was her last concert with our local school kids who are in band. And so she's a bit of an institution. It was quite an event. I really just want to commend Miss Williams for an education, for a career of service, and of course that always goes every time somebody retires, who's spent their careers teaching our kids and doing that kind of work. She is she's touched a particularly large number of middle school kids through the band program. And so wish her well, and I was very glad to be there last night to see that concert and to see her last night on the stage with JFK Middle School Band.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Does, Councilor Perry and then the mayor.
I just want to let folks know that Django in June is happening right now. Started on Tuesday, June 12th. It goes to the 18th. It's a lovely gathering of world-class musicians. They do classes over at Smith campus. And there's going to be a concert this Friday and Saturday on the 16th and 17th. It's all jazz inspired. So also be on the lookout for some of these artists kind of wandering through our city. It's a beautiful way to celebrate the music of Django Reinhardt. So enjoy some music.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor.
Good evening, councilors. I wanted to celebrate Rabbi Justin David for a moment, who is leaving CBI after 21 years. He has been named the new dean of Hebrew College. And so he is moving on after having a really remarkable career here in Northampton at CBI. So I just wanted to recognize that that big wonderful thing that he is experiencing, and also this is a big thing for our community as well, that he is moving on. But we thank him so much for his many years here. And then second, I want to make sure that everyone knows that on Saturday, the 24th, it's the 11th annual Family Fourth celebration at Look Park, which is a fun time. So that is 5 to 10 at Look Park, and it's Family Fourth, and it's on the 24th, not the 4th. So everyone come out to Look Park and have a wonderful evening out there. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other announcements? Okay. And okay, next up, we don't have any presentations. We're on to the consent agenda. Laura, you had an announcement about the minutes.
I was just asking that they be tabled to the next meeting since I wasn't able to finish them.
Okay, and you're completely excused. Because we know what you went through today. So okay, so on the consent agenda, we have item 23.313, appointments to various committees, all positive recommendations from City Services Committee. We have Andrea Murray for reappointment to the Whiting Street Fund. We have David Murphy for reappointment to the Board of Assessors. We have Melissa Fridio for reappointment to Central Business Architecture Committee. We have Adrian Andrews for appointment to the Council on Aging. We have Mark Bird for appointment to the Council on Aging as well. We have Spencer Gazy Bates for the Housing Partnership. Then we have appointments and reappointments to various committees for referral to City Services. We have Suzanne Smith for the Board of Health. We have Emily Wright for Central Business Architecture. We have Jen Smith for the Conservation Commission, along with Elizabeth Spriggs. We have Karen Linz for Council on Aging, and we have Sam Taylor for the Planning Board and Michael Brown for the Arts Council. Are there any requests for removal? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, less the minutes.
Move to approve the consent agenda minus the minutes.
Second.
Okay, was that Marissa who made the motion?
No, I did.
Counselor Maori.
Counselor Maori, all right, and then seconded by Counselor Perry. Okay,
Yes.
okay. No discussion. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, the consent agenda has been approved. I feel like we're going into hyperdrive here. We are getting things done. All right, we are up to financial orders, and the first item up. Counselor Labarge, you had requested that we take things out of order, the resolution, and but we were expecting more people to be here. So without, in fact, Amy has already left the meeting. I'm going to continue to take the agenda in order. Just wanted to say that. I didn't forget it. Okay. We have item 23.338 in order to establish an opioid settlement stabilization fund. This is in first reading, and the mayor's office is respectfully requesting a waiver of process. In other words, for us to approve this tonight. And so, Mayor, would you like to speak to this?
Sure, I would, and also Commissioner O'Leary is here this evening to speak to it as well in more detail. And this is one of those orders where we tried to give you a lot of information in the order about the opioid settlement. So these are funds that we're getting that we are grateful for, but really want to recognize that they're part of a settlement due to real, pain and suffering. And Commissioner O'Leary has plans for how we're going to include the community most affected in discussing how these funds should be used over the next 15 years. And also, just has plans on how her department can really make a difference with them. So I will gladly hand it over to her and she can talk about it in more detail.
Excellent.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for inviting me tonight, Mayor, to speak about this. So through the span of 17 years, the city of Northampton is receiving a sum of money from two different pharmaceutical companies. And according to the provisions set by the Attorney General's office, municipalities should develop plans that incorporate community input from those directly affected by the opioid epidemic, address service disparities to increase access and equity in treatment and services for OUD, prevention and harm reduction relating to opiates, leveraging existing state, city, town, and community opioid use disorder, mental health disorder, and behavioral health disorder programming and services. So municipalities are encouraged to innovate and collaborate in developing opioid abatement fund strategies. With that being said, given this direction, the DHHS has not set parameters yet for how these funds are to be spent, as we've not yet heard from those most affected, people who use drugs, their families, and their loved ones. So in coming months, the DHHS team, in collaboration with Hampshire Hope and MDPH, BSAS, Bureau for Substance Use Disorder, we're going to conduct surveys, focus groups, and listening sessions with people who use drugs, their families, and their loved ones to guide the development of strategies aimed to help those most impacted by the opioid epidemic. It's our intention to advocate to fund a portion of an FTE of our Hampshire Hope coordinator, who is currently Taylor McLaughlin, to really be focused on Northampton proper. Her work spans across the country, but again, because we want to hone in on how to best serve Northampton with this funding, we feel like a portion of her time should be spent for Northampton directly. And previously, her funding sources have been through grants as well. So we will incorporate explicit strategies, explicit focus and strategies that address service disparities to increase access and equity in treatment and services for those with opioid use disorder, and to ensure robust prevention and harm reduction efforts relating to opiates. So coming soon, we're going to have our community stakeholders come together, address what's happening, fill in the gaps, fix shortcomings. This will all be evidence-based, evidence-informed, and promising programs to come. So with that being said, I'm not here to speak tonight how we're going to use the funding. I'm here to tell you that over the course of the next 6 months, we're going to be collecting information, and then I'll come back to you, hopefully with a plan on how we structure moving forward to use this opiate settlement funding. Currently, I know you all know this, Northampton does an incredible amount of prevention work and offers ground level support through many of our initiatives through the DHHS. We have been a pioneer in Narcan distribution and training. Currently, we are actually a qualified Narcan distribution center through the State Department of Public Health. We do outreach programming through the 3 counties and collaboratively with a plethora of peer-based and recovery supportive services. Did you lose me? Okay, I'm freezing up here, so I'll end it. My computer just froze up. You can hear me okay still?
We can hear you, Meredith.
Okay, fantastic. So it's our plan, again, to listen to the community, listen to the businesses and the people impacted, and then formulate a strategic plan.
Can I jump back in? So the reason this is on the agenda is that it was determined that the best way to receive and hold these funds is through a stabilization fund. And so we are asking you to create a stabilization fund so we can receive the settlements and they can live in that stabilization fund.
Counselors, any questions? Counselor Maori.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, what I first of all, is a really well written order and answered a lot of my questions right there in the order. And one interesting thing that Director Nardi and I were discussing was that, you know, what we're very fortunate here in Northampton to have such a great infrastructure already and already really be working on these issues. And that other communities are really going to have to think about how to do that. The smaller communities in the Berkshires are spread out, may have to find ways to make regional efforts, and it's going to be a little bit not as straightforward as perhaps in Northampton. And so it'll be interesting to see how those smaller communities, because they're obliged to use these funds in a certain way, or, you know, what they come up with and perhaps work regionally. But I do feel fortunate that we are in a community that has so much going on with our health and human services already. I think that we'll really be able to really hit the ground running with this stabilization fund.
Councilor Maori, may I just add something? We are also providing support to the communities in Hampshire County to help collect their voices as well and help them use the funds properly within the parameters and based off the community needs.
Counselors, any other questions?
Yes, I do.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes. It looks like they are asking for a waiver of 2 readings. Is that correct, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. I just want to say, I read the whole thing. I'm really impressed, but not really impressed because that's our Board of Health. You know, they're right out there helping the community, or even we just heard Meredith say to Councilor Mayor, they're stretching out and helping communities. I think this is something that's really excellent, excellent. And I have to agree about a stabilization fund to be created. Number one, we have read and we have heard Meredith come out again tonight about the prevention of harm and the reduction of it. The treatment, which is very, very valuable. And then again, to recovery services. And that's been a big issue in our city and many, many other communities about treatment and recovery. I just think that hearing again tonight from our commissioner of listening to the voices of the people. And I thank you for that, because I think that's very, very valuable. So anyways, Mayor, I want to thank you and Meredith for putting all this together. It's very valuable, the language in it just hit you right in the heart, because we're there as a community, our mayor, our commissioner, our Board of Health, and all the counselors and everybody who's going to participate in this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Counselor.
Okay, counselors. All right, Mayor, so right now, the $239,024.44, that's just sitting in a city account somewhere mixed up with all of our other cash, right? And,
right. So we
and
need to move it into a separate fund.
Right, and then, so it's like making a savings account just for this money so we can track it, we know where it is, and also, does the stabilization fund keep it from getting mixed into our free cash, or the cash that gets frozen till November? That if it's in the stabilization fund, should we, find something, Meredith gets the okay to start doing something in September, we have the money available. Is that right?
Yes, it's not part of the undesignated fund balance that does have a period of time that it's frozen until it gets, until DOR is able to certify it.
So for transparency and sake, and for just having, the funds available when we need them, having the stabilization fund, while it's going to be smaller than our others, it makes perfect sense to me.
Yes, and then it's very clear what these funds are for.
Right. Okay. So this is on the floor with a request for approval tonight.
Yeah, I move for suspension of rules.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Moulton, seconded by Councilor Elkins to suspend the rules for tonight. Any discussion on suspending the rules? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, so this is now on the floor for the possibility of being approved tonight to approve 23.338 in order to establish an opioid settlement stabilization fund. Somebody want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins, seconded by Councilor Moulton to approve this tonight. Any further discussion? Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.338, in order to establish an opioid settlement stabilization fund, has been approved this evening. Next up, item 23.339, in order to appropriate fiscal year 2024 cash capital to various capital projects. This is in first reading, and Mayor, would you like to speak to this?
Sure, these are the capital projects that you all approved in the capital improvement plan that come out of cash capital. So these are these kind of smaller projects. So here they are for FY24.
Any questions, counselors?
I'd like to move this to the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion on the floor to send this to the consent agenda at our next meeting. Any discussion? And Mayor, once again, what we're doing is this is allocating money before it gets frozen up. And these are projects we need to get done, and we're allocating it now before the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
We are allocating it now before the end of the fiscal year. This is the cash capital that is built into the general fund.
Yep.
So these are the projects that have been designated for that.
Okay, so we're just got it. All right. We're setting it in motion to go do its work.
Right.
Okay.
Now that we're entering FY24.
Right. Okay. And Counselor Maori.
Yeah, I just want to say that Director Nardi was kind enough to go over with me with the phone, all the financial orders and the stabilization fund. As finance chair, I just want to say that I feel like this order and all of them, I'm comfortable with them going to the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and thank you for doing that, the research there, Finance Chair. All right. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to send this to consent agenda. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.339, in order to appropriate FY 2024 cash capital to various capital projects will be on the consent agenda at our next meeting. Next up, 23.340, in order to authorize fiscal year 2024 intermunicipal agreements. It's a long document. Mayor.
Back in the olden days, I used to read the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, you know, you didn't start with the 2-hour public hearing either.
So this is the annual listing and authorization of our intermunicipal agreements with other communities, where we supply services that they contract with us for, and all of those agreements where we are working with other communities or have contracts with them.
And this is virtually the same as the one we approved last year, except, and Counselor Maori, you did your homework on this?
Right. We're adding for veteran officer services. I believe Hatfield is joining us. And I think we're losing a community with the microfiche, laserfiche. I'm just laughing because it really brings back memories of coverage. Anyway, we're losing a community in that. But besides that, it's really the same as last year.
Yeah, you did your homework. And yes, we have added a community for veteran services that we are serving.
Yeah.
Okay. Counselors, any further discussion on this?
Oh, I'd like to make a motion to move this to the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Maori to have this item appear on the consent agenda at our next meeting. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.340. The seltzer's getting to me. In order to authorize fiscal year 2024 intermunicipal agreements will appear on the agenda at our next meeting, on the consent agenda. Next up, 23.341, an order suspending section 285-4C in support of the Taste of Northampton. Mayor, do you think we should have the taste this year?
I definitely think we should have the taste this year. It was wildly successful to bring it back last year. We're super excited to have it back again in September this year. And so what this order is I think you all know that we have an ordinance that prohibits the use of mobile food vehicles in Central Business District. The taste is open to any of our restaurants in Northampton, Florence, and Leeds, some of which have their own mobile food vehicles. And so what this would allow by suspending this for this day for the taste would be for them to be able to use those mobile vehicles to serve out of, as opposed to have like their branding and everything, as opposed to making them set up a whole stand and anything they need to cook separate from this apparatus that they already have. So this is a way, again, to support our restaurants and in a way to allow them to use these mobile food vehicles that they never get to use in downtown Northampton, and for this day we'll get to experience.
Okay. Counselors, any question about this item?
Nope.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move referral to the consent agenda.
So
Okay, so motion made by Counselor Foster, seconded by, who was it?
No, I think there's a question here.
Yeah, and so we have.
point of
Counselor
order,
Hewlett.
Wait,
if I may. So this isn't a financial order as far as I can tell, so I don't believe it requires any action. It will simply appear on in the next meeting. So just in the wrong section.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's true. That's my apologies. I loved it with some
Nice.
others.
nice catch. You just saved us a lot of work. Okay,
oh,
so,
just a quick question, Councilor Nash.
yes, go ahead, Counselor
I
Foster.
was lulled in my financial orders there with making the motion, but a question for the mayor. Because our next meeting, I guess it's in July, but I just wanted to know if it reappears in July and we take action on it, then is that enough time for the DNA and the restaurants to plan?
Yes, I think that would be fine.
Okay,
And if anyone has any concerns or objections between now and when you take the vote, please bring them to me and we'll be happy to answer them.
okay. We are gonna move on
I
to
have
the
my hand up.
next. Oh, sorry.
Yes, Mayor, you're asking for 2 readings, correct?
On this one, hold on.
No,
You don't want 2 readings on this
No,
one?
I don't think it's necessary. I mean, you're welcome to if you want to just move it off your plate. No,
I'm just
curious. It's not one of the ones that we need to close out by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. We are going to move on. That will appear next time. We have item 23.342 in order to approve FY 2023 end of year budget transfers. This is in first reading. And Mayor.
This is something else that we have to do every year, is kind of move things around to close out the year. Director Nardi's here if you have specific questions. And Director La Scalia is also here, maybe to speak to these transfers if there's interest.
Councilors. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any questions here. There's a request for 2 readings.
Move suspension of rules.
So a motion was made by Councilor Moulton, but Councilor Jarrett raised his hand.
Yes, because.
Go ahead, Councilor Jarrett.
Oh, I wondered, since the next 2 also are requesting a suspension of rules, if in order to save time, we could move the 3 as a group. These would be this one and the order to reprogram funds to Ryan Road School heating upgrade and order to reprogram funds for Jackson Street School window repair. Move those as a group and discuss them now, and then just simply have to do 2 roll call votes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a motion to take these as a group, but we first need to take them as a group to suspend the rule.
Suspend the rule.
Second.
As a group.
Okay, so the motion, I think, was made by Councilor Jarrett and then seconded by Councilor Labarge and Councilor Elkins. Let's give it to Councilor Labarge. I don't think I gave you any tonight. So
Give me one.
any discussion on suspending the rules for these 3 as a group? Laura, roll call, please.
Yikes. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. Okay, Councilor Moulton. No,
Yes.
Maori, I'm sorry, but and then Moulton.
Yes.
Okay. Councilor.
Still yes.
Thank you. Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and we're at the end. I think.
Okay, so the rules have been suspended for these 3 items. I will now entertain a motion to approve these 3 items. And then we can discuss them. Councilor Moulton.
I thought I heard somebody else, but I'll move to approve.
Second.
Councilor Perry, did I cut you off? I'm going to give it, Councilor Perry made the motion and seconded by Councilor Moulton. I can just tell by his face.
You were correct.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve all 3 of these. We've already kind of gone over the first one. Is there any desire to discuss that any further? The end of year budget transfer. So let's go to the next one, which is in order to reprogram funds to the Ryan Road School heating upgrade project. And we're taking 50,000 from the Academy of Music chimney exhaust upgrade account and 75K from the James House exterior repair project for a total of 125 to be reprogrammed and transferred to the Ryan Road heating upgrade project account.
Yes, and actually, I think that Tony Kuzneris is here and has been here for quite a while to.
Yeah, let's see. Tony, tell us something.
If you'd like, so I would love to give him the opportunity since he's been.
Hi there, I am here. Yeah.
Welcome, Tony.
Hi, so yeah, the project is to, I think Pat gave an outline. This has been on the agenda for a number of years to get completed. It for Ryan Road School, it's really replacing some aging pumps and creating some redundancy so that we don't have heating failures in the middle of winter. Right now, we don't have any. So if one of the pumps fails, there's a chance that a section of the school wouldn't have heat at all.
Okay.
And I think Director Nardi has some further information from Director McCarthy if people would like.
Yeah.
And Supervisor Kuzners is basically outlined it, but Director McCarthy said there are 3 heating zones with 3 hot water pumps with a 4th pump for backup that provide heat for the entire Ryan Road School. Presently, the system does not have any pump redundancy. If one of the 3 pumps breaks down in the middle of a cold winter night, the system does not automatically switch to the 4th backup pump. The temperature in that zone could drop or would drop quickly, and the pipe could potentially freeze or burst before anyone got to the school to manually switch the pumps. This project is a mechanical redesign of the pumps in the boiler room. The work involves removing all of the old piping and pumps and replacing them with all 1 energy efficient VFD smart pumps for all 3 zones. A second energy efficient VFD smart pump will also be installed as an automatic backup for redundancy to the new 1st pump. This redesign has been in the works for a couple years since the original funding was received back in FY 2022. In that time, construction costs have increased and the original budget no longer covers the cost.
Thank you. Counselors, any further questions about that particular, the second of the 3 items? Okay, let's go on to the third one. 23.346, in order to reprogram funds for Jackson Street School window repair. And we're taking $20K from the NPS JFK window repair account and reprogramming it to a new account to address window repairs at the Jackson Street School.
Pretty straightforward, but again, Tony is here if there's more to say on it, Tony, or if anyone has questions.
Do you have anything to add, Tony, or is that pretty much spell it out?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. So we're just requesting a transfer of money from JFK funding to the Jackson Street School to enable me to start working on some of the windows there. We're doing 100 windows this summer at JFK. The price is a little cheaper than we had anticipated, so I can get a head start on Jackson Street now.
I don't think I've heard anybody in construction say such a thing in about 3 years.
Yeah, we've identified a good vendor who was able to repair the windows. So if we were to look in replacing these windows, we'd be in the probably millions of dollars. But they've got a good system of replacing the balances, and they're able to make the windows perfectly functional.
Cool. There was good news within that. Counselors, any other questions? Okay, we have these 3 items on the floor for approval. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we're going to vote for approval of these 3 items as a group: 23.342, 23.343, 23.346. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, those three items, 23.342, in order to approve FY 2023 end of year budget transfer, that has been approved. 23.343, in order to reprogram funds to the Ryan Road School Heating Upgrade Project, that has been approved. And 23.346, in order to reprogram funds for Jackson Street window repair, has been approved as well. Now we are moving on to orders. We have 17.240, in order to lower default speed limit to 25 miles per hour. This has been around for a while, it went to the legislative matters, and it's been amended to remove quotes around first whereas clause to change reference to bicyclists and bicycles to cyclists and cycles. This has a positive recommendation from legislative matters as well as the TPC. Any discussion? We've already said it, right? So I just want to thank Councilor O'Donnell. I want to thank Senator Comerford and Representative Sabadosa. A special shout out to Mayor Narkowitz and to both Chief Casper and especially to Director La Scalia and the TPC and all of the folks who've been involved with the discussion of moving this forward. And also a big thank you to my co-sponsor on this, Councilor Jarrett. And did I mention Councilor O'Donnell? I think I did. Yeah, okay. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just want to say this must be a big moment for you, President Nash. I mean, this talk about persisting, right? Haven't you had this on your mind in one way or another for,
Oh, come
on, the beginning of your council career? Is that my understanding?
Yeah, it's good to get stuff done.
Yeah.
And also, it shows that if you're persistent and you keep talking about stuff and you work towards consensus, you can actually get there. It may take 5 or 6 years, but I feel good about this in that this, what was initially would have been a push for the city, where there would have been like, oh, why are we doing this, to like everybody's kind of like, okay, even the folks who are a little resistant to it, we're all pulling in the same direction here, that we just want safer streets. And this is not going to solve everything. It's not going to dramatically reduce speed limits, but it's going to keep the conversation going. And we'll continue to have this conversation on how we make our streets safer for cyclists and pedestrians and for vehicles. So. Okay. Councilor Jarrett, go ahead, do a little riff.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to thank everyone as well who's been involved, and Councilor Nash for bringing me in on the order. I will move for approval.
Second it.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Jarrett, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Any discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay, item 17.240, in order to lower default speed limits to 25 miles an hour has been approved. Next up, item 23.337, in order to adopt the Massachusetts Municipal Opt-in Specialized Stretch Code. This is in first reading, and let's see, the mayor is the sponsor as well as Counselor Maori and Counselor Jarrett. Would any of you want to speak to this?
Well, I can start off, but I'm happy for my co-sponsors to speak as well.
Sounds great. Give it a shot.
So yeah, I just want, so this is something that, I've been working on for almost a year with, we've discussed it in ESC for that long, and wouldn't have made it over the finish line here on council without the dedicated, resident work like Adele Frank. So thank you, Adele. Thank you to my co-sponsors. Thank you for the mayor. It's great that the mayor is willing to co-sponsor with us. I think it really sends a strong, cohesive message about what we're doing here in the city. Also, thanks to Solicitor Seawald for clarifying a path forward with, frankly, a very confusing state process. And so basically, Adele did a great job of giving the background here. I think I was just going to give some broad strokes because this will be unpacked when it gets referred to legislative matters, and we have a long agenda. But it was developed. The specialized stretch code was developed. Part of the confusion is that this new specialized energy code is now under Mass DOER energy as opposed to BBRS, the building regulation. So that switch added some confusion, but there's a lot of, but the code itself, they've done a great job of really clarifying it and kind of honing it in. And so I think it's one of those things that it's very in keeping with our climate goals, our climate regeneration plan. And it's actually cost effective because basically it's the kind of writing on the wall stuff. It's the stuff that we're going to have to do, right? And if we do it now, if we pre-electrify new buildings now, we won't have to retrofit them. So there's savings there and there's some vision there. And I think it will be easier down the road if we do this now. It also opens up opportunity, and grants and opportunities the state provides for green communities, possibility of the 10 communities. And it basically just allows, towns and cities to opt into more aggressive codes. As Adele says, they're not carbon neutral, but they help us. They will help us get to our carbon goals more efficiently. And yeah, I think there's so much to be said. It's really, but maybe I'm going to stop there and let my co-sponsors speak first, and then happy to answer any questions.
Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you, Counselor Maori. Yes, you covered all the broad strokes I was going to hit on. Just it builds on our commitment to bring down our emissions and increase efficiency. And I think that we will really unpack this if it gets referred to legislative matters.
I will just echo all of what my co-sponsors have said, and I thank them for allowing me to join them on it.
Okay.
Move referral to go ahead.
No.
Okay.
Go
I
ahead.
was
I'll
going to move
second that.
referral to legislative matters.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Foster and seconded by Counselor Jarrett to refer this order to legislative matters. Any discussion on it? Well, I just like to say it's not an ordinance, but that because of all of the, the legal language that's involved in it, I think it's great to send this to legislative matters, as it is its charge to review review legal matters before we approve them. So I think that's great. Any other discussion? Laura, roll call for
Rachel's
referral.
got her hand up.
Oh, sorry.
No big deal. I was just going to
You
add
know,
that.
I'm so used to people in council, they'll throw me elbows. I got used to it, you know.
I know, and you would give us cookies. It's all terrible.
I
I was just going to add that just to clarify to other counselors that I talked to Director Mish, and this isn't the kind of thing that would be referred to planning board because it's actually not zoning. At first, I thought this was something that the planning board would discuss, but I did call Director Mish and she said no, that actually isn't because it's not zoning. It doesn't have to go to planning board. But look forward to diving into it more. But continue.
Okay. All right, I gotta watch for the hands. All right, any further discussion on the referral? Hearing none. Laura, roll call.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes. Okay, item 23.337, in order to adopt the Massachusetts Municipal Opt-in Specialized Stretch Code has been referred to legislative matters and will appear back on the agenda at a future meeting. Now we're up to 23.344, in order amending the charter to increase the number of Forbes Library trustees. Mary, you want to give this a shot?
I will just do a quick open because I see
Yeah.
that Lisa Downing is here from Forbes, and I
Good.
just want to say this is something that I've been trying to support Forbes Library with since I became mayor, and Lisa maybe will go through a little bit of the history of what's bringing us here to this this order, but we're Forbes is a remarkable part of our community, and they do so much, and they do more and more every year, and like a lot of our kind of public spaces and our expectations of those spaces are ever increasing, and Forbes would really like some help in how they serve our community, and they do a tremendous amount of work. So I fully support them in trying to get more enthusiastic members of our community who can serve and help them with all of their committees and the incredible work that they do. So I will hand it over to Lisa.
Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I know it's been a long night and grateful for your time, and I'm really grateful for the mayor's support on this motion, or I'm sorry if I get the language right, but basically, so we have 5 trustees now. It used to be 3, and back in the 1980s, we went through this process to go from 3 to 5 under very similar reasoning that the library had become more complex since it first opened in the 1890s, and the demands on those 3 were too great at that time. And now, this many years later, we find ourselves having that same feeling about 5. The subcommittee work, as I'm sure you all can appreciate, has just grown. The complexity of the demands on the library, and I say that lovingly, like we want to serve the community in a really robust and rounded way that includes different technologies and this beautiful historic building that requires a lot of oversight and attention, a commitment to racial and social justice that requires that our board be reflective of our community and represent different viewpoints. And so increasing it from 5 to 7, we feel will really allow us to make this opportunity available to more people and lighten the load of the trustees that do serve on the board. This process is complicated. This late at night, I won't go through all the steps, but basically from here, and this does also have the support of Alan Seawald, we would then need to bring it to the state level, and because of the way we're incorporated, it's a complex process, and then eventually it would come back and be something, if I'm understanding correctly, that would need to be back on the city ballot or charter review change, or so this is not, this wouldn't make it happen, but having this support is one step of the process. And I really do appreciate your time and attention.
And Lisa, am I correct that we had tried what could have been a simpler route through the Attorney General, but they did not have the time or the willingness to take it up. So unfortunately, have to go through this more complicated route to get this done.
Okay, Counselor Foster.
This is really interesting discussion, and I'll add the kudos for all that Forbes does for the community. Just a question, I guess it's not really a question, but I'd love to hear you speak to, there can be a concern about having enough people available and ready to do the work and having quorum for meetings. And I was just wondering if you could speak to the interest in the community of joining the trustees, and if you've had concerns with the increase, if that may make it difficult to keep those positions filled, or kind of what your experience is there with interest.
Oh, sorry. Lisa needs to be unmuted again. Here you go. There you go.
Mira,
Thank you, sir. Sorry.
Good job.
Sorry about that. That's a very good question. So right now we have this. So there's 5, and so there's 3 seats that come up, and 3 and 2, and we're in a 3-seat year. And the good news is that I've had only 2 people have taken out papers so far, but I've had multiple conversations, and I've got a list of about 10 people long that are interested. So I think at least in my tenure, and I've been at the library coming up on 2 decades, that we've been very, very fortunate to have interest in these positions. And I think also that in some ways having a more open field, more opportunities, I think might bring more people forward, because a couple of times there have been really highly contested races. And I think that is, as I'm sure you can appreciate, turns off people, really great people who are not as interested in running a campaign as they are to serve and help the library. So I do, 2 more packets, 2 more people to try to take into consideration for quorum, and certainly we want all those seats filled, and we want the democratic process to work really well, and I have faith in all of that, and I think because of the workload and because of our desire to really have more voices in the conversation around our policies and setting budgets and all of the work that the trustees do, I'm really supportive of this, and think that we will be okay with those concerns.
Counselors, any other questions? Counselor Labarge.
Oh, you saw my fingers.
I
know, stop and figure.
Go ahead, bust my chops. It's okay. You have the floor, Counselor.
I appreciate that. Anyways, we're looking at in 1982, we went from 3 to 5, correct, Lisa?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're at 5, and we're looking at going to 7. That's over 40-something years ago. A huge space, a lot going on in the library, a lot. The demand is unbelievable for that library. I can see where there could be a problem with just 5. And to bring it up to the 7, I think the trustees, they're the ones that know what you need in that library to fulfill the needs of the people here in the city of Northampton. And having your advisory committees or whatever. And it's like, it's time to go ahead and take it from 5 to 7. There's no question about it. And I wish you the best of luck with that, because you got my support.
Thank you.
Okay. Counselors. Any further discussion? So this is an order. This is in first reading. We don't need to send it anywhere, and it will appear on a future agenda for us to consider approving. If this waited till our July meeting, is that okay, Mayor and Lisa?
Yes, it should be.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're hoping if this change were to work its way through all the processes, it would be in time for our 2025 election. So this is not a fast moving train, but it's one that we're really, really committed to, and appreciate your consideration of.
So I just want to add, I think it's a great idea to expand the number of trustees. You've seen tonight just all of and as we go forward, all of the collaboration that goes on between this body, stretch codes, speed limits, we're trash haulers, all of that stuff, and that we can't do it. The fact that we have, the resources of each other, we get a lot of stuff done. And so I think that's I think this is a great idea.
Thank you.
So, next up, if it's okay, I'm going to move on. Here we go. Item 23.347, in order to authorize a 50-month contract for network security services. There is a request for 2 readings on this tonight because it involves I believe a purchase of equipment and also a contractual agreement. And Antonio Pagan is here. Would you, Antonio, you want to speak to this?
So I'll just.
Mayor, you want to give it a shot?
Just quickly, and then I'll be very happy to pass it over to Antonio, or Director Pagan. But so last month in the budget message, I talked about an increase in ITS's OM budget due to a mandate from our insurance provider that the city add additional cybersecurity services, because in the last few years, attacks on municipalities and schools and government in general have really increased. So our insurance provider is requiring us to add to our contract. So we already have a contract with this provider, but that contract is a 3-year contract, which goes from April 2022, March 2025. And this requirement being added to it, since it's starting partway through the contract, extends the contract an additional 14 months because we're 14 months into the contract. So that's why we are here asking for authorization of that. So, and then Antonio can answer any of the technical questions.
Welcome, Director Pagan.
Thank you.
So, counselors, any questions? Well, Director Pagan, I'll ask you one of the questions I asked you the other day. This has nothing to do with Motorola, correct?
Definitely not.
Okay, good. And so this has to do with network security and upgrading some equipment and expanding a contract we have with folks who help us with our security.
Exactly. We are just expanding the services that we have already.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Perry and seconded by Councilor Labarge to suspend the rules to allow us to approve this in tonight. Any discussion on suspension of the rules? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster.
Where'd you go? Karen.
She frozen?
She froze?
Froze.
Amy will.
There she is. She moved there. Karen.
I'm just re-entering, but I've missed the last 45 seconds.
Oh,
So we have on the floor a motion to suspend the rules so we can approve this tonight. And we're doing the roll call and we're up to you.
I vote yes.
Okay.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes,
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay. The rules are suspended. We can put this on the floor for approval right now.
Move approval.
To approve.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Jarrett and I
Second.
think second by Counselor Gore. Excellent. Okay. Any discussion on approving this item? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
yes,
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.347, in order to authorize a 50-month contract for cybersecurity services has been approved.
Thank you very
Next,
much.
Thanks, Antonio.
yeah, thank you, Antonio.
Thank you.
President Dash, can we take a short break soon? I just need to.
Yes, let's do that. What do you want? 5 minutes? Does that work,
Sure.
Can
everybody?
we do
Just
a-
gotta-
can we do a 10-minute break?
Yes. 10
How
minutes.
much?
10.
10-minute break? Okay, 10-minute, we will, that 9:56. And then we're gonna flash through everything. Doing well. I was a little worried with that late start that we would not beat my deadline of 11 o'clock. I think we're going to do okay. All right, next up, we have item 23.306, an ordinance relative to accessible parking spaces. This went to the TPC and Legislative Matters, came back from both with positive recommendations, and oh my goodness. All right. So here it is, it's on the floor, and any discussion?
Council Labarge has a
Councilor Labarge. Yeah, if you hold it up higher.
I'm getting tired. I'm getting silly now.
Yeah, it's okay.
I don't
Paint
know.
it neon orange so we can see it. It's hard to see.
I don't know. Is Keith our ADA coordinator here or not?
I don't think Keith is here.
Okay. Anyways, Keith had sent in the Commission on Disability a letter to every counselor. I've attended the Legislative Matters where he came in the same presentation that he did at TPC, Legislative Matters, in #1 with the Commission on Disabilities, telling us all about what he had done. And it was amazing, the work that he put into this by himself. And if you look at that letter, which he has read off at all the meetings that he's attended, why he did this. The proposed edits call for making consistent use of language in reference points. First space from Pleasant Street as opposed to at a point 49 feet from Pleasant Street. This makes visually inspecting accessible parking spaces much easier and not requiring special equipment. Additionally, these edits will be essential for determining what we actually have for accessible parking spaces in the city ahead of the Main Street design. He also had stated that when he obtained by doing a visual inspecting every accessible parking space in the city against the section 312-117 schedule XXVY, this is important, several of the accessible parking spaces have disappeared and others have moved because the reference point to them have also moved. The language describing the spaces is also inconsistent throughout the schedule. So we need, for an example, like he is saying, the proposed edits call for making consistent uses of language and reference points. And it's just amazing what he has done here and what he has found, the mistakes that have been made. And he has improved the language on them to make it accessible the right way. So we all supported this on the Commission on Disability, TPC did, also Legislative Matters, and it's here. And there's a lot that Keith has done, a lot of work. And I'm glad that he went out on his own and did this visually on his own. So I make a recommendation of supporting this 100%.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Jarrett.
I agree with Counselor Labarge. These are great changes, and I move approval.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Jarrett, seconded by Counselor Perry for approval. Any other discussion? I just want to say I really appreciated all of the detail and work that Keith went into. This way, it was it was just a great presentation matched up with the actual language change and the fact that he was simplifying the language into layman's terms. It was really a really great piece of work. So, all right, no further discussion. Roll call, please. Laura.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, item 23.306, an ordinance relative to accessible parking spaces has been approved. Okay, next up, we are getting into our 5 ordinance changes relative to elected officials. And what I would like to do with council's permission is to address the COLA one, because that is the one that's here with a neutral recommendation. I'd like to address that first. What came up in legislative matters was that the language that Laura and I and Alan Seawald had come up with was just like we were trying to create the gears of how it all was going to work, and in legislative matters. And I particularly credit Councillor Elkins by saying, "Why don't you just say a date?" And which actually makes perfect sense. So the change that I would like to propose an amendment to this that I think helps address that concern that resulted in the neutral recommendation. And so this item would read as follows. The compensation of elected officials set forth in section 5.5A shall be increased annually by 2%, comma, and this is the new language and everything else goes away, at the start of the 2025 fiscal year on July 1st, 2024. And so I'd like to see if that helps address the concerns that was raised in legislative matters. Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you. I see how that affects one of the concerns, but it seems like it takes away the shall not be increased in any fiscal year following a year that an elected official's compensation advisory board has been convened to study the compensation. Or is that still in there?
No, that would go away. And the reason being that once the advisory board meets, it can change what's already existing, very much the way we're doing it right now. And so, yeah, they have the authority. And so this is to set things in process until they meet and they can figure out the new compensation or COLA or whatever.
Right. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
So I'd like to make a motion to, well, I think we first need to get this on the floor.
I would move to approve.
Motion made by Councillor Elkins, and I saw Councillor Moulton also trying to get in there too. Was that to?
Yeah, I second.
Okay.
I second.
Okay. And so this is now on the floor. Councillor Moulton.
Yes, just to be clear, the neutral recommendation was not because the concept was opposed, but it was because of the language clarity. And I actually want to say that I think one of the most significant aspects of the advisory board's recommendations is this COLA that will provide some regular, stable increase in elected officials' compensation, in those years, and there are many years in which that board is not meeting.
Right. Okay, so this is on the floor. Mayor.
Hi, yes. So first I want to say how grateful I am to the advisory board for all of their hard work on this and for some of their creative thinking on it. I couldn't be at legislative matters, so I'm not sure all that was discussed regarding incorporating a COLA. So this might be something that counselors discussed, so I'm sorry if I missed that. But I certainly understand and appreciate what the advisory board is trying to accomplish with the thought of incorporating a COLA and the issue that they're trying to correct for. When the charter was changed, and this was added within the 10-year review, it was added that there would be within 10 years a review of elected compensation. I think there was a similar intention there, since some of the compensated positions from the last charter review hadn't been reviewed for at least 25 years, potentially more. So I think that they were trying to ensure a more regular review. And from a budgetary planning perspective, certainly this would make it easier to plan if we knew what increases would be coming in coming years instead of a jump every 9 or 10 years or so. But there's one thing that I don't know if the council's discussed that I would just really like to bring to your attention, which is that the COLAs that the people who work for the city and the schools of Northampton have in their contracts are bargained. They are part of collective bargaining with our 14 unions, and those percentages change with bargained contracts. And then our non-represented employees, their COLAs are matched to what is bargained for one of our unions, NAPIA. So I just want to make you aware that this would be codifying into an ordinance a benefit, so a set percentage for a COLA that employees for the city and the schools in Northampton don't have guaranteed, and that they need to bargain every 3 years with a new contract. So that's just something that I wanted to make sure the council understood, and just give you an opportunity to think about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. And I appreciate it wasn't something we had thought about, or at least I hadn't. I guess one of the questions would be, because our review is only every 10 years, and most employees have a review more frequently than that. That seems to be kind of the difference to some extent. I mean, there's the bargaining question, which we only bargain with our constituents. But so I'm not sure how to address the issue of every 10 years does seem too long to not consider a COLA. So I'm just thinking about that in terms of the ordinance.
I just respond quickly. So in the charter, it says that the elected officials compensation advisory board shall periodically, but not less frequently than 10 years, study the adequacy and equity of the compensation. So it can't be more than 10 years, but the council could bring it forward at any time with, I think, within those 10 years.
But isn't it the mayor that sets up the board?
The mayor does appoints the board, but the council could say that they would like to have the board have a board appointed to do it.
Okay.
Counselor Maori.
Yeah, excuse me, I appreciate bringing that to light. I guess my thoughts are, there really isn't another process to address that. And I mean, we can bring the compensation board. That was a lot of work by a lot of volunteers, and it's no light thing to do. We can certainly do it more often, but I feel like I've never heard of any of the city employees not getting a COLA increase of some amount, and to me it's not it's not a large amount. So I would still think that we could proceed with it, even with what you're saying.
So there certainly have been years when there have where they've taken zeros as COLAs. So there have been tougher economic times, or sometimes there are other things that they're bargaining around, and so they will take a smaller COLA because they are bargaining another benefit.
Right. I guess I'm kind of averaging it over years, and just I don't think there's another way for us to address it. So in the same way, we can't bargain for our cost of living. So yeah.
So I'll weigh in here in that I understand the mayor's point here, and that we need to recognize that that the folks who work for the entity where we're the elected officials for don't have the authority to vote in compensation the way that we do. But I also at the same time recognize that we're having this discussion right now, that we've had recommendations from the Compensation Advisory Committee, but we've been hearing this call for increased compensation for several years now. We heard it throughout the policing review process. We've heard it through the select committee, and it's come up. It spilled into other conversations as well, and so I think that that this is, for me, this is kind of a moment in time where we can actually go and create like a newer footing for the compensation for elected officials. As you know, I said at the other meeting, nobody's getting rich here. We're just trying to establish a new floor that will adjust over time, and it'll afford future elected officials, they won't have to have this discussion that we're having, is that by having this mechanism in place, that if it actually goes 10 years, then the compensation will rise with it, and I don't think this is at a level of increase that is too large. So yeah, so I'm comfortable with it. And the other thing is that while we're creating a new level of compensation, I still think that it's modest, and that that we're nobody's doing this job that we're doing and making a wage where they can go home and support their families, and so I'm comfortable with the COLA. But I do appreciate what the mayor is saying in terms of the folks that that work for our tremendous city. So. Councillor Elkins.
Yeah, I wanted to, I just want to add that, you know, one of the effects of this, and I appreciate Councilor Maori, you know, fairly characterizing like what a laborious process it is to ask volunteers to do this process, is that we've had people raise concerns about like how big a jump it looks like this time. And it's hard to imagine a way to rectify that without putting in some amount of sort of automatic increases, so that, because otherwise it's going to get neglected. It's going to be put off. It's going to be years in between assessments. And so the gap is always going to look outsized if we don't put in some kind of step up. So it's a point well taken. But I think our bargaining process, like Councilor Jarrett said, is the democratic process. And I don't doubt that the voters will let us know if they think this is an unreasonable way to approach the situation. And there'll be times for future councils to reassess, but it's a real problem to let the gap get so big, so that future councils are facing this dilemma every time we seek to revisit it. So I would stick with the measure as proposed, with recognition that it's a different, the electeds are a unique circumstance.
Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you. So we would have the option to pass an ordinance to suspend the COLA in a difficult year at some point in the future. That would be something that we could consider. If we're entering a year where most of our city employees are not getting a COLA, then I certainly think it would be appropriate for us to temporarily suspend it and have it resume once that difficult time has passed. So that is also an option for us in the future.
Councilor Foster.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank my colleagues for their good points, that there is the option to suspend this if city employees if there's a year that they're not receiving a COLA, as well as to reiterate, I think that one of the real challenges, or a significant challenge of this discussion, is the amount of jump in the stipend, and that is a very hard conversation to have. And what was the inflation rate last year? 8%. So I feel comfortable, given what we've seen over the last several years, that what's being built in is minimal and is not given recent trends, seems unlikely to go above the actual cost of living increases as determined by federal government, like what those costs of living increases are. So I do feel comfortable with this, but to Councilor Jarrett's point, this ordinance can be revisited and amended, as it moves forward, but does avoid that 10 years looking at having this conversation about a pretty significant increase in the compensation.
So do we have a motion on the floor to approve this?
Yes.
And but we haven't added in the amendment yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at this point, I'd like to add in my suggested amendment to read after 2% and the comma, at the start of the 2025 fiscal year on July 1st, 2024.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that amendment? Okay, hearing none. Laura, roll call on the amendment.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
okay, thank
There
you.
you go.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Okay, we are now we can now entertain putting on the floor the ordinance as amended. Or is it, or it's already on the floor?
Yeah.
All right, so it's now on the floor, it's amended. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, gotta make sure I have the right number here. Oh, yeah, ordinance 23, item 23.324, an ordinance relative to the compensation of elected officials. That has been approved. And we now have other items related to this here. Why don't we just take them in order? The next would be 23.323, an ordinance relative to the compensation of school committee members. This got a positive recommendation from Legislative Matters. Both at-large and ward school committee members would be at $9,300. The at-large person was previously at $5,500, and the ward would be previously at $5,000.
What?
Counselor Jarrett.
Yeah, I actually meant to bring this up before we voted on the one we just did, but
okay,
it would be that one of the considerations that the elected officials compensation advisory board was told not to consider were budgetary concerns, and we are supposed to consider budgetary concerns, and I wondered if the mayor or finance director Nardi just wanted to speak to what the impact this would have on the budget, and if all of these are approved, the amount is somewhere around 161,300, and so I just wanted to hear if their thoughts on the impact on the budget, so that we may properly consider that as we are charged to do.
Sure. So if the council chooses to compensate these elected positions as written, then the finance team and I will have to figure out how to incorporate that decision into the budget. For the upcoming fiscal year, since these increases were not part of the budget that was just approved 2 weeks ago, then in January 24, when they would kick in, become effective, we would bring an order forward from the undesignated fund balance to support it. So that would only be for half the fiscal year. So it would be somewhere around 80,000. So we would bring an order from free cash for that. And then for FY25, we would build it into the budget, and we would have to see where we are after all the required increases. And the increases that we prioritize, like giving our schools around at least a 4% increase. So after we incorporate those priorities and then all of the increases that are that we can't control in any way, we would see where we are. And so like anything, we have to see if it's supportable by our revenue growth and then make decisions about where things may need to be cut or other changes or additions that can't be added to the general fund once we try and balance all of it. So it's hard to say exactly, but you're right. The annual would be a little bit over 160,000. I have a calculation. I have an exact number, but actually we calculated it, I think, from what the recommendation was and not the rounding that you all did. So my numbers, I think, are a little bit different than maybe what you calculated, Councilor Jarrett. But from the report, it would be $159,359.52 for the annual. And so for FY24, $79,679.76.
Great, thank you for that information.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, if no one else is ready to speak, I'm happy to move forward and just sort of speak generally to all of the budgets that are related to the schools and to the counselors. I feel that I'm very much in support of the recommendations because they are about moving the pay to a level that is actually a living wage, or at least closer to it. You know, with the schools, it was done as a percentage based on the same percentage that the difference between the current school committee and Smith Oak trustees' salaries and the current city council salaries. So, you know, in an ideal world, I think that would have been based on a number of hours, but it's certainly, I think that it's clear that the school committee and Smith Oak folks do spend a significant number of hours, and this is well justified in bringing that to a more appropriate level of compensation. And as for all the reasons that the board spoke of, to increase diversity, increase people's willingness to serve for a longer time, to have more engagement in the democratic process because of those folks, I think, you know, this is all going to lead to better outcomes and better decisions because of this you know, ability for folks to participate that may not otherwise have. So I will move approval of this item.
Second.
And the item we're talking about is the school committee.
Correct. That's the one we're on, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Foster.
I'm wondering if, Councilor Jarrett, as you made the motion, if you'd consider making the motion on these ordinances as a group. As I've heard our discussions and through legislative matters, there seemed to be a common thread in how people discussed it. So just curious if you had interest in taking them up as a group.
I would take three of them as a group. The 23.323, this one, the compensation of school committee members, 23.325, a compensation of city councilors, and 23.327 relative to compensation of Smith Oak trustees. So yeah, I would be happy to move those as a group if the person who seconded it wanted to withdraw their second first.
I think it was seconded.
Yeah, I'm happy to withdraw in the second the recommendation of those three as a group.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is made by Councilor Jarrett, seconded by Councilor Moulton to take item 23323, 23325 and 23327 as a group. Okay, they're on the floor. Counselors. Counselor Labarge.
Oh, you saw it. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes I see.
All right, that's good. I'm gonna say for all these three ordinances that it is a modest increase, very appropriate wages also. And I think it is fair for everybody. Anybody who wants to run, there's an opportunity here for them. So I support these three.
Okay. Counselor Perry.
All right, since we're at this point of the night, I will also say that I'm in support of these three. I want to thank the committee that looked into compensating elected officials for all of their hard work. This was probably a difficult situation to be in, and I feel that us as counselors, it is been stated before, it's difficult for us to vote on wage increases for ourselves. But again, the electoral process will kind of shake that out. What I did want to say is that in my work in looking at barriers to service, we talked a lot about compensation, and I just want to salute the administration for really being forward thinking about trying to diversify those who serve our city and making sure that they're compensated correctly and appropriately. Every problem, I think, is a people problem, and I think this will go a long way to bringing a lot of diversity and a lot of new ideas to the table of Northampton. And so, thank you for being forward thinking, and I support this.
Okay, counselors, we have these three grouped together. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, the following items have been approved. Item 23323, an ordinance relative to the compensation of school committee members. Item 23325, an ordinance relative to the compensation of city councilors. And item 23327, an ordinance relative to the compensation of Smith vote trustees. The next item in this group we haven't addressed yet is 23.326, an ordinance relative to the compensation of the mayor. And I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Counselor Elkins, seconded by Counselor Labarge. Discussion. Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you. So I spoke a little bit about this at Legislative Matters, and I thought it would be good to have a discussion here in full council. So the thoughts that I have are that, this differs from the other positions. This is the only full-time position. It has paid a living wage by the definitions all along. And that's even with the understanding that the mayor is working extra hours, it still pays certainly above what we will be making if or what councilors will be making, whoever is elected. So just want to address the kind of the issue, think about the issue of wage inequality and kind of the large difference in salaries between the lowest paid employees of the city and the highest. And most of those salaries, are not directly within our purview. This one is, so I think we need to take it seriously. And this is not a question about this particular mayor. This is about the mayor's salary long term. It's also, I don't see it as a question of deserving. It's just the question of every dollar being important, and is what is enough? Is a lower amount than what is proposed enough? Kind of coming from the elected officials compensation board, the only argument that I heard, and let me know if I missed something, was to bring it in higher in the list of salaries, of the ranking of salaries, which in and of itself is not a compelling reason for me. And what is compelling certainly is the cost of living, and accounting for the 29% increase in cost of living since 2014. That would put the salary at 120,000 rather than 130,000. So I'd just be interested in having a general discussion. I don't feel the need to make a motion at this point, but general discussion about that salary and where we feel it's appropriate, and why we feel, or why the compensation board feels that 130,000 is the appropriate number.
Okay. Councillor Foster.
So Jared, I'm glad you brought that up, and I heard your comments at Legislative Matters the other night as well, and I've been thinking about them since. I think there's value in the discussion, and I don't have an answer to the number, to the number of 130, but I think to the larger point about wages, there is, in a position like the mayor's, there's a couple of positions in our city, some of the department heads that we see regularly, and as the mayor, they're not jobs that you ever turn off. They're jobs that they're on duty, like really 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have a level of responsibility and weight to them, that the whole buck stops here thing, but it like really truly does. And so, as we're thinking about wages or the spread, if I were queen, we would have some of our most poorly compensated employees, or lowest compensated employees, have such tremendous impact as people, and incredible work in the city and in our schools. And that's, something that is a discussion to be had of kind of, on a larger scale, how we're valuing each position and which skill set. And I know we sort of benchmark across the same jobs in the same industries, but that doesn't necessarily get us to on a societal change. Are we valuing a school ESP to the same, level as somebody with the technical expertise that maybe is rarer, but what's the human impact? So that's just a long way to say that I'm comfortable with the higher level of the mayoral compensation as we look at department head compensations, just in knowing that the skill set, the range, who we want to attract to be able to apply for those, who we want to attract to apply for those positions, to compensate in that way. And also, I just don't know if we could ever overstate that power of responsibility that comes from really ultimately being the person that's going to be making the hard decisions, that is going to be the spokesperson for the hard decisions, but that is also going to handle things that come up, and whether that's 3 o'clock in the morning or during the day, that it's the kind of job that never ever turns off. And as we look at, I appreciated the elected officials compensation advisory board and their hard work, and they're drawing attention to where the mayoral salary sort of fits in our compensation list. And so to me, that feels like an appropriate recommendation.
Councillor Maori.
I really appreciate you bringing that up, Councilor Jarrett. Frankly, when I attended those meetings, we were focused on other issues. So, but I would have liked to hear more of their thinking. I think that you're correct. That's how they came upon that number. And I kind of feel two ways as well. I feel like it's set apart because it was a position that already got a living wage, which is much different than the other positions we're talking about with school committees and council. So the math would be different on that. But I appreciate also that, as I said during the budget season, I really can't think of a more challenging or complex time to be a mayor, and that is a good point, Councilor Foster, about the nature of that work. It's kind of like if you gave the light of awareness that we're talking about to every position in the city. I mean, I think that's part of the issue, is that we're taking out by piecemeal these jobs, and we're talking about our desire for them to be, appropriate living wage increases. So I think that's part of the tension I'm feeling, is like, I wish we could do this with every position in the city, because I think you would see that, how we place them. And as Councilor Jarrett said, it's really not about serving, because I think we know that lots of positions deserve so much more. So I don't really have any, big epiphany here, but I appreciate you bringing that up, and I do kind of wish I had delved more into their math or equation around that. So anyway, I hear both of them. I really appreciate you bringing it up.
Councillor Labarge.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, thank you very much for bringing up the issues that were very important that you had stated. A mayor's position is much different than city councilors' positions. And yes, department heads, you look at some of our department heads of the high pay they get. And I hear this from people in the city, in Ward 6 too, of what they are making. Our mayor, and as far as I've been a city councilor, no matter who they were, they're on call 24 hours a day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's a huge responsibility. Our mayor is control of the departments where she has her meetings with them. And they all come to her at these meetings of what they are doing in their department. They all work together. Yeah, it's hard to say $130,000. But I know where you're coming from, Councilor Jarrett. But I feel no matter who's the mayor going to be, and our mayor now, it's put her in a predicament, just like us councilors and school committee right down the line. We're making a decision for our own wages here. And I don't feel too good about that either. And I can imagine the predicament this is putting our mayor in. Period. But I think it is well deserved, no matter who the mayor, because of the responsibilities that they have. They are running this city, of making sure everybody is safe in this city, of working along with our fire department, our police department, the Department of Public Works, and our schools, and the safety of everybody here. To me, I think the advisory committee did an excellent job, tremendous amount of research, tremendous. And if we look at what they had stated of other cities, of the populations, has shown me what the mayor is worth here, period. So I'm very supportive of this, and I feel that it's really put our mayor into a predicament, and I wish it would be handled, all of this, in somebody else's hands, because I'm really uncomfortable with the way we have to support our own wages for Smith Vote, for school committee, right down the line. But that's it. But thank you, Councilor Jarrett, for your opinion. And I understand where you're coming at. It's a very hard decision here. Thank you.
Councillor Elkins.
Hi, Councilor Nash. So I just want to briefly say I'm really quite comfortable with this. I don't think the difference between of a $10,000 cut. It seems, while I do understand it, it's not arbitrary in the sense that Councilor Jarrett, you've pegged it to something. It seems like to just pluck out the mayor's salary in the midst of this discussion and cut it from this discussion does feel a little bit arbitrary and an amount that's not meaningful to any particular employee's wage. But I also think it is significant when we're talking about levels of management, we're talking about supervision and the responsibilities of the job, that it is really significant that a very large percentage of people that the mayor supervises make more than she does. And also, it is also worth noting that it might be I'm sure the department heads might be in the same boat, but there are very few jobs within the city where if the salary is not enough, that that the person can't supplement with another job and additional income and additional revenue. The mayor's role is unique in that regard. None of us are sitting here with the council being our sole source of income, and that to me makes a significant difference. Even folks who are we would all like to pay our teachers more. We'd all like to pay people in the DPW more who are doing those things. They all also, well, it's not a great situation, they can supplement their income. The mayor literally cannot. And frankly, the housing market in Northampton and being what it is, it's not difficult. We're in a situation where the housing market, even at that level, that salary is difficult. So I just want to say I'm very comfortable with the decision to just leave it as it is. And also the commission, the points were raised at Legislative Matters. Nobody is here from the working group that worked on this issue to talk about their number. And so that's also another reason, like, if we're going to question it, nobody's here to talk about it. I'm not troubled enough by this to modify it at this point in time. A lot of people put in a lot of hard work and thought to it, and it doesn't seem like it just seems appropriate to me. So I'm supportive of it. I'm comfortable. I'm ready to vote whenever it's called. Thank you.
Councilor Barrett.
Sam Hopper is here from the commission.
I guess we could recognize Sam if she wanted to be recognized, although I think she wants to be just listening.
Sam is always here, though.
No.
Well, I'll weigh in here that I'm comfortable with the recommendation from the Compensation Commission. In another capacity, I'm on a board in town here, and we're looking at compensation for administrators within the organization, and we have access. The board has access to a report that although it's a little bit of apples and oranges, but that CEOs of organizations in human services, which I think, we're talking hospitals, vast organizations that provide housing and services for folks. The compensation for the CEOs, here, I can just read off a little bit here. Organizations with 500 or more FTEs. The average is 311,000. And there's all sorts of different numbers in the tables here, and I believe that's more than half of the number of FTEs that we have here at the city. And that I think that the thing is that the job of mayor has the equivalent of what is found out at, that in these other organizations where you're on call when there's some sort of issue that, whether it's at a residence or at a hospital or a day program that, or a problem with the facility that, that's the level of intensive expertise that needs to be brought to bear when you're essentially the CEO of the city. And I think that the $130,000 for what we're asking our mayor to do, whether it's not just Mayor Shara, but if Mayor Shara weren't there, we'd be asking the same things of whoever was in that role. So I'm comfortable with the 130. Is Sam Hopper trying to speak here?
Hi, I can chime in quickly if that's useful.
Do I have permission to recognize Sam Hopper, folks? Yes. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Just to be super clear, I am not the chair of the Elected Officials Compensation Advisory Board, but I am a member. And I did not prepare to speak on behalf of the board, but I can speak to one of the points that's been being discussed. And I'm glad that you took the part-time elected officials separately from the mayor, because we did view these differently. You'll see that we pulled benchmarking numbers for all the elected official positions, but as a group, we decided that the benchmarking for city councilors and school committee members wasn't good to use because that would be operating under the assumption that we thought that other communities were compensating part-time elected officials well, and we didn't agree with that. So our goal with looking at those was to bring that up to somewhat of a living wage for a part-time job. We did benchmark with the mayor's position, both with other communities that were similar to us, but really looking at who it is that the mayor is supervising and where the mayor ranks within there. So that's why it's not the same type of formula. That's why we used a different rationale and approach in that. So similar to what Council President Nash said about, looking at CEO salaries and whatnot, the mayor is the CEO of the city and has far different responsibilities and powers compared to the part-time elected officials.
Thank you, Sam. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, I'm good. Unless there's any other questions I can try to answer.
All right, well, we may come back to you.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
Sure.
Councilor Perry.
Thank you. I know it's late, so I won't try and belabor this issue, but I am glad to have this. There's a larger discussion about wage equity and inequality that should be had, and other councilors have talked about that. I agree with that. But as Councilor Elkin said, one of the things that struck me my first time as a councilor looking at our budget was the pay for the mayor and seeing where it fit among other city employees. And I can't lie, I was shocked at how little I felt the mayor was making. I don't think anyone is becoming the mayor to get a huge paycheck. The same as most of us here are not becoming counselors to rake in the cash. I also think that in terms, I know we're in a sticky situation and some of us feel uncomfortable about this issue, but in terms of advocating for pay increase, but I think that there's no better person to advocate for a wage increase than the folks who are doing it. Not just for, it's not for ourselves, it's for future generations. We are the ones who are doing the work. Again, going back to, my work with the barriers to service is that a lot of people don't know what it means to actually serve for the city, to either be on a board or actually be an elected official. And so, we are in a unique position, having done the work, seeing what the mayor does and all of these things, to actually speak up and advocate for these things. Unlike some other occupations where you can have a union fighting for you or someone, at the table. So with that being said, I am comfortable with moving forward with the proposed amount for the mayor. I understand where Councilor Jarrett is coming from, and thank you for bringing this to the table. But again, I think that the difference is a little minuscule and it doesn't get to the core of that wage equity and equality. So, I'm all forward with moving to approve this.
Councilor Jarrett.
I just wanted to thank, and maybe there's other folks that want to speak, and I certainly welcome that. But I just wanted to thank everyone for engaging in this conversation. I think it's an important one to have. But I will be ready to vote whenever others are.
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just wanted to appreciate Councilor Perry's point that actually it's one of those positions, the counselor, I'm sure school committee, where we probably are the ones who know kind of what's, what our work entails and the details. So in a way, I'm not that uncomfortable with that. And it is for our future, compatriots and counselors. And so I think we actually know, what the, where we're going with the work and actually the scope of it. So I wanted to appreciate that, and I just have to push back. This isn't about the mayor or the municipality, but in the private sector, let's just name that CEOs are grossly overpaid, and there's a really grotesque discrepancy between workers and CEOs. And so I appreciate that we're talking about that and calling the mayor the CEO of the city. And this is, certainly that's this, I am not including the mayor or the mayor's salary discussion in this pushback, but just to say that it's, I think, a major issue in the United States, the discrepancy and the amount that CEOs are paid.
I would make a motion to approve this.
Second it.
Motion made by Councilor Perry, seconded by Councilor Labarge.
There was already a motion on the floor made by Councilor.
well, you're right.
Elkins and
Oh, there was? I didn't hear it.
seconded by
Well, we
Councilor Labarge,
forgot.
I
It's been a
believe.
while.
Yes.
I have it written
Yes,
down.
I know.
Okay, so we have it on the floor. And who was the motion made by originally, Laura?
Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Laura, roll call.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Nash,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Foster,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Okay. So item 23.326, an ordinance relative to the compensation of the mayor has been approved in second reading. Next up is Okay, item 23.331, an ordinance to clarify section 312-25. This is in second reading, and it has another item following it, item 23.332, and an ordinance to add a fine for violation of 312-25. And Counselor Jarrett, I knew your hand was raised.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
you have the
Counselor.
floor.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor Nash. So this ordinance, these two items refer to trash collection, and I'm a member of a business that collects trash, which presents a conflict of interest. So I'll be recusing myself, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so this has been to, gosh, it's been all over the place, right? It's got a positive recommendation from Legislative Matters, and it's here tonight. I'll say this, that Legislative Matters, Councillor Elkins mentioned the idea of non-mechanized, some sort of exemption for that. And we went back and forth on that, and it didn't go anywhere at Legislative Matters, but it did prompt me to reach out to the city to further explore how this this new regulation would impact the way the city actually collects trash from the receptacles that we own downtown, and which we contract with folks to come and pick up. And that I've discussed this with my co-sponsors, and we would like to add an amendment on the floor here. And let's see if I can find it. Give me a second. This would allow for a third exemption under the section of exemptions. It would read, how do I get back there? Here we go. Number 3, collection of trash, refuse, or recyclable materials from municipally owned receptacles in the public way. I have discussed this with Attorney Seawald and with Director McCarthy. Both are comfortable with this, and I have also spoken with our current contractor for who picks up the these items at our trash bins downtown, and they are comfortable with this as well. So that's an amendment I'm going to want to add to this, or consider adding to this. But I think we first need to get it on the floor. Councilor
Yes,
Moulton.
move for approval.
Okay.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Moulton, seconded by Councilor Maori. It's now on the floor. I would like to have council consider that amendment to add number 3 under the exemption sections. If I could get a second, that'd be great.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion made. I made the motion, and I seconded by Councilor Moulton to add that item 3. Any discussion on that amendment? Councilor Foster.
Yeah, thank you. I was having Wi-Fi issues during the legislative matters discussion, so I missed this one. So I'm sorry if I'm late to the party here. My question about your amendment, Councillor Nash, is you referenced the downtown trash pickup that's contracted with a non-mechanized company. And so I'm fully in support of that. But I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding, because there is already an exception allowed for the central business district. And so that's where that activity would be taking place. So I just wanted to confirm that the amendment was necessary if there's trash hauling outside of the central business district that we want to be able to protect, or yeah, I guess that if you could just explain that for me.
That is a great question. And yes, so the city has trash receptacles that extend out of the central business core, extending up both Pleasant and King Street. And so I would say, it's roughly half to a third, somewhere in there, of these receptacles are outside of central business core, and that the current contractor often will start picking up as early as 5 or 5:30 in the morning. And that, and I will add, as somebody whose ward is part of that, central business, I have never had a complaint about noise generated from the current contractor. And that, but this provision is such that if there were a problem, we employ the contractor and we could make an arrangement with them as to when their services would be provided. So if there's a problem, we have a way of addressing it as a city. And it doesn't show any preference for any particular contractor. The current one is able to provide this service outside of, as early as 5 in the morning, and do it in a way where it doesn't disturb anybody. If we had a future contractor, it could be, anyone. If they're able to do the same thing, that's terrific. The wording was in particular to make it such that it wasn't preferential, didn't come off as preferential. It's simply stating, here's the receptacles. We need these collected, and this seemed to make it work.
Thank you for that explanation. That makes a lot of sense to me. It just struck me as redundant, but now I understand it is not, and I support that amendment.
I appreciate that you saw it as redundant, because that means you were reading things and going, what the heck? Councillor Moulton.
So just to briefly background this, this work actually was started with my predecessor, Councillor Quinlan, who worked with Council President Nash on this several years ago, and I have picked it up. I have received complaints most recently from the State Street, Prospect Street neighborhoods about these early pickups. And the problem is that the contractor interprets one section of the street. State Street, for example, is in the Central Business Core District and will remain there. But that is interpreted to mean that all of State Street is fair game for these early pickups, even in the residential areas outside of the Central Business District. So I think this measure will eliminate that ambiguity, and will make it clear where earlier pickups are allowed, both to continue in the downtown Central Business District only, as well as in the Florence, the 2 districts in Florence.
And one other thing I want to add here from legislative matters, we did something here. I actually, so the document you have here has the item A actually already removed. And that, so that had to do with the loading and unloading of vehicles. That was a recommended deletion from legislative matters. There was two reasons for it. One, it didn't seem to be a significant problem at this time. The biggest offender would possibly be Coca-Cola, who has 24/7 deliveries. We all know that's going to change. And also there was not a means to enforce it. So we are basically saying if this comes up again, council will need, and the city will need to figure out not only an ordinance, but how they're going to enforce it. And so for the time being, the recommendation was to take that out. And Laura, the other thing, when we talked to Attorney Seawald, did we get the ABC thing clarified?
No, the concern was that it might, if there were other references to that A in other sections of the code, that they would have to be amended, and I haven't had a chance to research yet whether there are any references to that A. I'm not aware of any. So the A is still in there if you look at the document. So I thought, I was hoping we could leave it, for further research, if there is some kind of reference to.
Do we move forward with this tonight with that hanging in there, or?
Well, it's just a question of whether A remains in place with a bracketed deleted next to it, or if B becomes A, and the next. So it's just a question of numbering. Otherwise.
So we have everything right except for the A, B, C thing.
Yes.
Okay.
And we could just make a decision one way or the other.
And Councillor Elkins, go ahead. I see your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just gonna say, have her.
I mean, as the person who
right,
picked this scab, I guess. I would really suggest just leaving A and putting in a bracketed deleted per, order, or the date or whatever language. And that'll get rid of any cross-referencing. Anything that cross-references back to it, it's deleted. So it'll be no longer in effect.
Yeah.
I see it all the time. I see deleted sections in legislation all the time. I feel like it's a much cleaner way to deal with it than to re-letter, renumber.
Well, and I think it allows us to get this done tonight.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Thank you, Councillor Elkins.
Yes. Okay, so we will, for section A, we'll just simply put in deleted. And do we need to vote on that as an amendment? It's already been deleted. We need to accept that amendment from legislative matters, correct? Well, actually, we're seeing as it came from legislative matters. So do we have to vote on adding the word deleted? Let's add,
make it part of the approval with.
Yeah, so who made the motion? Do we have a motion yet?
I'm sorry, one second. We have, yes, we do have a motion on both. Well, we have an emotion, excuse me, on your amendment to add number 3. And
Right.
we have a main motion, yes, so we do.
And who made the main motion?
The main motion is, one second, Councillor Moulton, seconded by Councillor Maori.
Okay, so to you folks, is it okay to add in deleted to item A?
Yes, and that captures our intent.
Yes.
Okay.
My second.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Any further trash talk? Counselor Perry.
It's that time of the night. I just want to say thank you for deleting section A. I think there would have been some unintended consequences. I know that Coca-Cola might have been the biggest culprit, but the commercial vehicle language, in my opinion, could have run afoul of some unloading of equipment for bands, and once hopefully our venues get open, we could have had some issues with, you know, trailers and such. So thank you guys for doing your due diligence and making this sleek and focused.
Okay. Counselor Labarge.
Counselor Nash, I'm so happy that finally we moved on to something that was a problem. Even before Michael Quinlan and Stan Moulton, which I brought up, this has been a problem with other counselors that I've worked with. And then we had Counselor Ryan come forth, and he did a very good job with that, with you, Jim Nash, on that. And now we've opened the doors. It's the beginning. So I'm really happy about this, because we tried way back and we just couldn't get anywhere with it. So it was well worth all the tiresome work that you've done on this, both you and Stan, and we can move on with this. I support it.
And I want to thank you, Counselor Labarge, for also supporting it. We wanted to have both downtown and Florence represented here, and you know, we have Ward 6, Ward 1, and Ward 3 all working together on this. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. And so Laura, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. So do we have both items on the floor, or just 23-331?
Just 23-331.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
And I'm assuming this vote is actually on your amendment to add number 3, because that hasn't been called for a vote yet. So.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment. All right, let's get that number 3. And who made that motion?
That was you with, yeah.
You made it.
Oh, I'm really sorry, folks. Okay, so we have that on the floor. Any further discussion on that, adding number 3 to exemptions? Counselor Foster.
Just a process note, can we vote on the ordinance as amended, or do we have to vote on the amendment and then, I'm sorry, did we just have this conversation? But I feel like sometimes we have voted on something as amended, and I'm wondering if that would apply here.
Well, we do have a motion to amend, so I guess we could, but we'd have to withdraw that.
Oh, let's not overcomplicate. Yeah, we can vote on the amendment and then vote on the order, just so that it's easier. That's fine.
Thank you.
I was trying to make it easier.
Okay, any more discussion on the amendment? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett is recused, Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay, so we've now added in that amendment for item 3. We have on the floor the full ordinance with item A marked as deleted, with number 3 now added. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes. Okay. Item 2331, an ordinance to clarify 312-25 has been approved. Now, next up is item 23.332, an ordinance to add fine for violation of 312-25. This is here with a positive recommendation for legislative matters. This would allow for the DPW director to fine somebody who does this now prohibited trash pickup. The first violation would be $50. The second would be $100. Could I get a
Move to
motion?
approve. Oh, sorry. Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Elkins, seconded by Counselor Perry.
Oh, okay.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, that is finally done. Okay, now we're, so item 2332, an ordinance to add fine for violation of 312-25 has been approved. Now we're up to zoning, and we can welcome Counselor Jarrett back. Counselor Jarrett, your head was probably spinning as we're like, oh my gosh, if I were only there, I could set them straight. Well, anyway, so we have item 2323. There's too many threes and twos going on all night tonight. 23322, an ordinance to create a national flood insurance program overlay district. This went to the planning board and to legislative matters, both held public hearings. And both, it is here tonight with positive recommendations from both. And this is basically folding in boilerplate language from the federal government into our zoning so that people who own property in the floodplain can get flood insurance. Any discussion on this item?
I'll move to approve this.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Perry, seconded by Counselor Maori. Counselor Maori, I think I missed you on some seconds. I want to apologize, all right? And all right, so this is on the floor. Any further discussion? Thank you to Sarah Lavallee for doing a great job with this. Okay, Laura, roll call.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, Council, we're almost there. So item 23.322, an ordinance to create national flood insurance program overlay district has been passed in second reading. This brings us up to resolutions. We have item 23.336, a resolution in support of an act expanding access to trails for people of all abilities. And the sponsors are requesting 2 readings on this tonight. And Councilors Marion Labarge and Rachel Maori.
Wait.
What? Oh, you got it. Yeah. All right. You want to recuse yourself?
I need to recuse myself. As Executive Director of All Out Adventures, we hold a contract with the Department of Conservation and Recreation, which this bill has impact on, and All Out Adventures has a financial interest. And in this bill. So I'm going to recuse myself. I will see you after for adjournment.
Okay, cool. I get reading, I lose track of things. Okay, so would the sponsors like to read this into?
Well, yes, there's a couple of things.
Oh, you had some amendments too.
I did, and I know it's late, so I want to be really streamlined here. I would, well, first of all, let me just very briefly say that the reason we were requesting 2 readings is because it's really an advocacy piece for Senator Comerford's bill. And I'm just so proud that the idea for this bill originated in Northampton with Northampton residents. And so, since it's going into committee, and with that process being kind of uncertain, I think if we can get this support to them as soon as possible, it would be great. If someone has objections, of course we can entertain them. But that's why the 2 readings. And just very briefly, what the bill is trying to establish a state policy around access to trails, and really what it's going to do, it sounds very Northampton. It's going to establish a working group that will bring together state agencies, other stakeholders, representatives from groups focused on disability access, conservationists, and they will all come up with policy and procedures at the state level to codify and guarantee access for all. And that was a really interesting statistic that Amy shared about a third of Massachusetts residents really needing access to better access to trails. So I'm glad she didn't stay up waiting for this, but still, so that's the bill. And our resolution is to support that bill. And I want to let my co-sponsor say a few words, and I want to thank my co-sponsor, who's been, as we all know, a consistent, tireless advocate for disability rights for as long, for a very long time in our city. So I do, after a conversation with Councilor Jarrett, I realized there's something, a minor tweak of making a therefore or whereas that would make it a little bit more easier, better reading, since we're sending it on to the state. So I do have a friendly amendment I'd like to make on my own resolution, and and perhaps after Councilor Barge speaks, I don't know if Laura, if you could just bring it up and that we could read it through, and then we could be done with, done with it.
Yes.
But why don't, but perhaps Councilor Labarge would like to say something first, whatever order you want to go. And I hope my sponsor will be okay with this. I just moved, what I did was I moved, I'm getting tired. I moved it therefore to a whereas where it made more sense, and then it eliminated the need for 2 of those paragraphs. So that's what that is. That's just different from the copy that was attached to your agenda. So I wanted to show that to you. But so you can look through that and see if you are okay with that. And of course, Councilor Barge, you as a sponsor can of course chime in. Do you want me to read it first, or do you want to say?
Yeah, what?
Okay. And of course, I want Councilor Labarge to be okay. I'm going to briefly read this.
Go ahead.
In Council, June 15, 2023, upon the recommendations, Councilors Mary Ann Labarge and Rachel Maori, resolution in support of an act expanding access to trails for people of all abilities, whereas universally accessible recreation trails provide safer, easier access to nature for seniors, people with various disabling and mobility limiting conditions, and small children who may need strollers or just learning to walk. And whereas nearly half the population of Massachusetts are included in categories above that would benefit from greater access to universally accessible trails, and whereas creating accessible recreational areas is a stated goal in Northampton's climate and regeneration plan, and whereas being outdoors in green spaces can support a physically active lifestyle, which is positively linked to physical health benefits such as reduced risk of chronic illness and increased life expectancy. Whereas access to green spaces can improve mental health, including social connection, ability to focus, and reduce stress. Whereas people living with disabling conditions and seniors are more likely to experience issues with physical and mental health than the general population. And whereas people who need universally accessible trails have extraordinarily limited opportunities to access nature, excuse me, natural green spaces, as only approximately 7.5 of Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation, 4,000 miles of unpaved hiking trails are universally accessible. And whereas S446 and H769 enact expanding access to trails for all people, for people of all abilities, will help to make more equitable trail system, address some of the environmental and social justice issues in outdoor recreation, improve public health, and increase access for people with disabling conditions to public land. And whereas our park and conservation lands are beautiful natural resources that everyone in Massachusetts should be able to enjoy. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of Northampton supports S446 and H769, enact expanding access to trails for people of all abilities to help to make a more equitable trail system, address some of the environmental and social justice issues in outdoor recreation, improve public health, and increase access to people with disabling conditions to public land. Yeah. Be it further resolved that the administrative assistant of City Council shall send a copy and no,
know.
you want me to read them all? I feel like I'm torturing you. To Senator, we could all kind of read that. I don't mind reading it, but I feel that perhaps the rest is okay. So I just really wanted to read it just to show you the friendly amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The first, I'll be coughing my head off. The first time that I saw this change, I agree with
Oh,
that.
okay. Good. I was hoping because it was like last minute. Thank you, Counselor. I appreciate your flexibility.
With the Commission on Disabilities, I did a reminder to let them know.
Yeah.
We had this coming forth and they were very, very happy about it. And I have to say, previous meetings that we've had, we did have an individual here in the city who came forth about Senator Joe Comfort in the Senate bill and the House bill. And I am so happy about this because it's something that I feel is so important for everybody, no matter what your disability is, small children, seniors, the environment, everything is perfect here. And that's what people want. They want to be able to access into trails that are equitable for everybody to use. And I'm proud of this. And I'm hoping that eventually we'll do more and help out, Senator Joe Comfort. And I did place a call into Representative Lindsay Sabadosa, and she couldn't make it tonight because she had another obligation. And she thought this was great that we were supporting this. And it's an act that is critical and that I think it going as quickly as we can with the second reading to get it to all what is on this page to let them see how we support it here in the city of Northampton. Thank you.
Counselors. Counselor Jarrett.
Thank you both for supporting this, and I'm also happy to support it. I did notice that some of the language is duplicated in the amended version. And I wonder, Laura, if you might bring that up. I think we could probably strike some of the.
I did it like 5 minutes before the meeting. Added it. So it's possible that I catch it.
Yeah, so if you could scroll a little bit up there. Yeah. So the whereas that references the bills has all that language, and then the now therefore it be resolved. So I would suggest that after
Right, okay.
after an
I
act
see it, yeah.
expanding in the now therefore be it resolved, after an act expanding access to trails for people of all abilities, we simply put a colon and then it skips down to be it further resolved, since that
Oh, right.
information has
I
already
didn't
been
catch
provided
that.
in the whereas.
That you're good. That
I
makes,
know, it's our first time reading it.
I forgot to strike out the first part there, but
Yes.
yeah. Excellent amendment, another friendly amendment. I'm good with that. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Alex.
Make
You're
it a stronger
welcome.
piece. It's a stronger piece now.
So we're voting on it with
As
with
amended.
amendment by the sponsors to strike that particular section.
All right. Does that make sense, Laura?
Yes, it does.
Okay, great. I was hoping to make your job easier, but I forgot to strike out that redundant.
Okay, any other discussion? I just want to say before we vote, accessibility is great for everybody. It just works out better. You know, that accessible bathrooms are great for families, are great for people who have different abilities, and they're great for everybody. They're same with trails, same with everything. It's a good thing. So anyway, so I'm going to 100% support this.
Good point.
Laura, roll call.
I'm sorry, do we have a vote on suspending the rules? I
No,
don't
we
think
gotta
we have a
Oh,
motion
yeah,
from
yeah.
the floor.
Suspend the rule.
But no, don't we vote first and then?
Oh, I'm
suspend the
sorry,
rules?
you know what? We do still need to suspend the rules, even though.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Move to
Make the
suspend.
motion to suspend.
I think it was Counselor Labarge, and then I'm going to give it to Counselor Perry for the second. Any discussion on suspending the rules? Of course not. We want to get out of here. Laura, roll call.
Counselor Gore. Yes. Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
And Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, we have suspended the rule for approval tonight of this resolution with the slight amendments as already suggested. Any further discussion?
No.
Oh, do we have a motion to approve?
Move to.
Oh,
I don't believe we have one on the floor.
Yeah, let's get one.
go Council Labarge. I think Council Labarge was in process.
Uh-huh.
Well, who's going to say, come on, guys, move to approve, somebody.
Move to approve.
Second it.
Okay. Motion made by Counselor Maori, seconded by Counselor Labarge. I can't tell you how to vote, but here we go. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
And Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Okay. Item, where did it go? 23.336, a resolution in support of an act expanding access to trails for people of all abilities has been approved tonight. There's nothing else on the agenda unless somebody's got some new business.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Perry, seconded by Counselor Labarge to adjourn. Laura, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Not sure if Counselor Foster is back with us. Counselor Foster.
Here.
I'm here. Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. That was a long night. Hey,
Right.
Mayor,